ended last session with some general portal fuckery. And two of you have ended up separated from the rest of the group. But thankfully, Gideon is still with this lovely girl that she found, that she's forming a real solid bond with. She
My new best friend.
Your new bestest friend in the world. And also has Oink Fat tucked under her arm, I think.
Yeah,
currently.
I think I did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, Sally has, in her lovely way, told you that she knows where the children are. And yeah, Adri went through a portal, zapped off to somewhere else. Jeremy went through the portal. Well, tried jumping over the portal, failed, and went somewhere else. Over to you guys.
That's why I ended up over here. Because I thought I'd made a jump with that test roll I made.
No, you fell in and were teleported somewhere. You guys know, I think, that Adri is round the corner because Adri spotted. She knew. She was like, "Oh right, yeah, that was the room the girls was in to start with." So you know that she is just round the corner. But she has informed you already that there's lots of the zappy stuff in this corridor for you to navigate to get to her. So over to you guys.
And we gave the spellbooky thing to
Tide. Yes, Tide has been having a read through that.
Oh yeah.
To know what was going on in there. So yeah, Sally is kind of stood in front of Gideon, arms folded, just staring up at her like, okay.
Can you move, please?
I mean, how big are you that you can't just fit past me?
And I like to push past. Okay, I see it. I can see Adri, guys.
Wow, you've got eyes then.
Wow.
Yeah, but I can see further than you.
That's what you think.
Hey, what is this little passageway below me?
Is it a mini one? I think it's like the one we saw earlier, and
it's very small.
I see rainbow colours, which is all I see. Oh,
those drugs kicking in.
I actually do. Go back. I can actually see rainbow colours. Don't let me down my reality, guys.
How did you? I can't remember. How did you guys get past that first portal thing in that corridor where you all were?
It's just on the floor, isn't it? We found out after our delightful friend Sally jumped over it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Gideon can do her clap clap and teleport over them. Tide just climbs and Endo jumps.
Endo can fly.
And be invisible.
Indeed. It's a legitimate spell.
As you start moving down the corridor, so there's like starts pushing you along. Like, do you want to hurry up or?
I will go as fast as I want to go, and then like make myself like stick my elbows out so there's no room to go past me and just start walking slower.
She's like pushing against you, like with all her might now, like move down the corridor.
Endo just taps her on the back. He's like, "Please use your manners. That is not very nice."
What's manners?
Well, you use words to show your gratitude for things, or to ask nicely for things. So you say, "Please, can you move?" and "Thank you for moving." And
Whatever.
Closes his eyes and nods.
Yeah, so you would be able to see Adri at the end of the corridor now.
Okay. Adri, can you hear me? Okay. I assume you can down the corridor.
Yes, I can.
Shall we try and come to you?
Well, what's up where, like, from where you guys are? Like, round that further corner, can you see anything?
I think it's just a dead end.
I can see some liquid and some floorboards and some walls. Nope, there's nothing, Audrey.
Is it just free liquid, or is it like a pool? Am I in a pool?
So what it's just like basically it's a puddle on the floor. As you kind of
Right.
look up, you can see that it is dripping. There is something dripping from the ceiling above that has caused this puddle, basically.
When you say something, water or like something spooky?
It looks like water.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that.
Ectoplasm! Wait, where is Dora Maya?
Can you see where you are, Adri? Is there anything around that corner?
Not much, actually. Let me just stick my head around.
You can see a door here.
Okay, there is a door. I have not opened it, and I am not planning to by myself.
And welcome to you.
Seems sensible. Jeremy is not with us. He fell through the portal.
Oh, he's a silly sausage. Always getting himself stuck in some silly situation.
In this place, he yet technically now could be a sausage.
Ah!
Or a potato.
Or a potato.
Oh no, poor Dora Maya, the small little potato. I will protect him.
For God's sake.
Can I go to there and then if she pushes me, I swear to God.
Inflict harm.
Can you do a dex save, please?
Fireball.
20.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. As you kind of move towards the thing, Sally was up here and she runs full speed and like pushes into you, but she's only like quite slender and small, and you manage to like hold your ground against her and do not fall into the pool.
I spin round and I do like push my hand out towards her, and the skeletal hand comes out like chill touch, and I don't do it at her. I just do it like to try and scare her a bit. So I'm not trying to hit her.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So she kind of jumps back. I mean, she's like, "What the hell was that?"
Try that again and you'll find out.
She like looks down at the ground, like looking at her feet, like obviously like not wanting to show, but she is obviously quite scared.
It just like goes past her and then sort of dissipates and disappears. Do you think maybe you could be a bit nicer to us? We are trying to get you out of here.
Whatever. She's still like she's now not even like daring to look you in the eye. She's like looking down at the floor all the time, like, oh crap, that backfired.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna glare at her one last time, and then I don't want to use my last second level spell slot, so I think I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna try and. Do they look the same as the other one? Are they in the floor? Like,
yeah,
can
they
we
look
jump
the
over
same.
them?
Yeah, they look exactly the same.
Yeah, so I would like to try and jump over them.
Okie dokie. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So do me a dex check, please.
Oh, nat 20.
Oh yeah, you are over. So you've landed here safely in the middle of the two of them. And if you're wanting to go all the way, we'll just use this instead of you rolling and rolling and rolling. We'll just use the same one, so you end up next to Edry.
Bless you, thank you.
Smooth moves. Smooth moves.
I might imagine it was like, you know, like when people do like the triple jump, like so, like take the run up and like do the one step, like one big step, and then jump. That's like what I did over the 3.
Nice. Sally kind of like delays a little bit and then just skips over them basically. she's obviously practiced this and done this quite a lot, and lands behind you, but make sure there's as much gap like between the two of you now.
Amazing. Can I just climb on the walls?
Yes, you can.
Excellent. I'm gonna.
What's going to happen for Endo?
And
Endo here. Endo coming. So is there? Oh, 1, 2, 3. What is? Because I can't see this far, but what is here after that one?
Tide.
it's me.
Okay, Tide. Excuse me.
I'm gonna get out of the way.
That is a good idea.
What do I need to roll in?
How far can you jump? Don't you have a jump thing?
Really far. Oh, where is it now? It's that flipping thing where it lets me jump like insanely far.
But for your jump thing, you won't need to roll anything anyway. You can just move it 40 feet. There we go.
I just want it with more than that.
So 40 feet will get you across it anyway.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you then.
So it will get you to like here.
Okay. So I will jump. Just hear Endo just go, Kia! He
Yeah.
just himself and like
Okay.
just lands there with a thud. Endo here. Endo ready.
Welcome back, everybody.
Let's go.
Sally
Where's
is
this
like
door?
pressed against this corner, just like as far away from like Gideon as she can get now, but like not looking at her, like almost looking at like waist height so she can tell where Gideon is, but she don't want to look her in the face. So this is a door here, Tide.
Next to Adrian or me?
In front of, below you, so here.
Oh dear. I seem to be leading the way.
I'm happy to swap places with you and lead the way if you like. You jump behind me.
Yeah, that's what. Thanks, friend.
It's right. I'll try the door. I'm assuming it's open.
The door is open, yeah. Let me just
Sweet.
fix that for you.
Hey, look what we found.
Long time no see.
Are we able to edge around this big one?
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't like have any power to like draw you into it or anything like that.
I
It
just
literally-
wasn't sure if it stretched across the whole room or not.
No, you could probably have edge around this part here without getting kind of sucked into it or anything. So you find yourselves now in a very large room with multiple doors coming off. One there, one here, and one here.
Hey guys.
Sorry, Lynn.
It's okay.
About time you cut up.
Could you not hear us? We've been shouting for you.
Hey, what? Exactly.
Never mind. What is this place?
What is this room? Is there anything distinctive about this room other than the doors?
You can roll a perception check for me.
What is this?
Yeah, I don't know. It's...
So, the ones that have rolled, can see that as well as the doors that have been pointed out to you already, there are over here what look like very small passageways leading off. But other than that, there is nothing in this room other than the giant vortexy thing here in the middle.
When you say small things, like what size?
like
Oh god.
teeny tiny. Like, how wide are they? They are 5-inch diameter.
Oh wow. That's like.
Small enough to let rodents through. Or insects.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Or liquid.
Or liquid.
Tide. You don't get in too close to them. You don't know what happens.
I'm looking.
Tide,
How
with
did we
that
shrink
perception,
before?
you see nothing.
Ants! It's ants!
Oh, do the little balls from upstairs, do they go in this little area? Will they roll in these little holes?
Well, that's a good
Didn't we use all the balls from upstairs earlier?
Well-
Oink Fat 881.
Like,
And
Fat
if-
looks up at you like, almost with a little happy pig face.
He also like exploderized inside him when he ate it.
That is true. He seems okay though.
Does this mean we get to go back and play in the ball pit?
Can we just see what this door leads first?
Well,
Okay, Jeremiah, and he's got that little cheeky smile because he wanted to just go play.
hang on a sec. Sally, you said you know where the kids are, right?
She just nods. Like, still
Are they-
looking at the floor. She's just, like, nodding.
Are they in one of these rooms? Or through one of these doors?
And she kind of points to the one that she's leaning against.
Should we try this one first?
Hey.
Okay, well, I'm obviously then going to move away from that door.
I was also going to whisper to Gideon as well, going, I saw what she did before. I don't know if I trust this little girl.
I definitely don't.
I don't know if it's really a little girl.
She's not very polite.
You know that I can hear you, right?
I'm just
That's
trying
why I
to
was
open
whispering
this
it
door.
to Gideon.
And
Endo
just
is
stood right
invisible.
next to her. She's just looking at Endo like, I can hear you.
Endo just puts his hand up over his eyes and looks at everybody else. He's like, I think she can hear you guys.
Are you going through there then?
Yep. And I'll just try the door. Is it locked?
Oh,
I see a passageway. Actually, 2 passageways. Left or straight on?
take the lead, dude. We'll follow.
Looks like there's a room down here, or the passageway widens.
There's a little Gideon. If you just come to where I was,
I think there's another door, but I can see light through it.
yeah, there's a.
Oh, sorry,
Oh.
Gideon.
You can't see light now.
Like leading around. No, I'm trying to say.
Sorry.
So this
So, yeah.
door here, a large sign above it reads petting zoo.
What is it? What is it, Tide?
More oink fats.
Or other animals.
Oh, more ball pits.
I don't think balls are animals. And
Well, we found one in a ball pit. What if that's where they put them? In rooms inside ball pits. It would
hold on to
seem
that theory.
with the holes that would fit the balls in this big room, that would make like lots of that would be a legitimate reason to have those holes. And yeah, I think we should go in there.
I think there might be something here as well. I can see. Is it a window, Lynn? I can see like.
This,
Yeah.
that is another 5-inch tube.
Oh, okay.
that leads
I-
off this way.
Okay, I can see. I don't know if I'm supposed to, but I can see that it like widens out into.
It's just because of how the dynamic lighting works. That's not actually
Okay.
part of the map. But because the tubes are
Okay.
so thin, Roll20 will not allow me to put like lines, dynamic lighting lines against each other like that. So it's like, nah.
Okay. Never mind. There's nothing here.
There's nothing there. You can see a
Nothing
hole,
to see.
a tiny hole.
This
So,
is
do we
action.
go through that door, or do we come down here and see what's in his room? That's a question.
Maybe we should ask the kid.
What's her name?
Sally.
Sally.
Sally. Are the kids further on down here in this room, or do they go into the door over here?
Go where you want. That's the petting zoo.
What's in the petting zoo?
And she kind of like raises an eyebrow. She's like, things to pet.
We're going this way then, guys.
Just look longingly at the door of the petting zoo as I like cuddle Oink Fat.
That's where
And-
Oink Fat was.
Oh,
found him.
Petting
oh! Endo's just stood there, like with his hands together, like a little child, just like touching his fingers, like. And can we go in there?
Endo, we're coming this way to find the children first.
Let's have a vote.
But they could be in there.
Sally just wastes no time and just goes, if he wants to go in, let him go in. And goes in and like pushes the door open.
This kid, I swear.
Yeah.
Ooh!
Listen, you
What's
idiot.
inside? Okay, this looks very.
You can
Strange.
tell that this has not been used for a very long time. It's now changed to be what is a storage unit. There are several beat up signs on the floor, though, that have writing on that Endo would not be able to read.
Okay, Sally, you said that this was a petting zoo. This just looks like a small storage room. Why did you lie?
Oink Fat was in here, and Bubby,
No.
and Gristak's still here.
Who?
And she kind of looks up at the ceiling.
Can I roll perception to see what she's looking at?
You don't need to, just look up.
Endo might not want to.
I'm gonna look up. See
Although
what's up there.
Gideon's out of the room.
Oh, I love that she just instantly appeared behind me. So I'm back.
I don't mess around.
As
Something
you-
hanging from the ceiling, you say? No.
As you look up, you can see a 10-foot mirror above you, and reflected in the mirror is not Endo. Move Endo.
Oh dear.
Is the reflection of a miniature young green dragon who looks to be looking down towards you.
Oh, hello.
He waves a little claw at you.
Everybody, I think Endo's made a friend.
Can we?
Who is Sally? Who is that?
That's Gristak.
What?
And she kind of like looks up and she waves at him as well, and he waves back.
What?
Okay.
The Stitchling put him there. He wants to die
What? Why?
because he's trapped behind the mirror.
Everybody, I think we should free this little friend of Endo's. He might help us.
How high up is the mirror, roughly speaking?
The mirror is on the ceiling, so it's about 15 feet. Yeah.
Did you say the Stitchling trapped him there?
Yeah, Reva told her to. And the Stitchling
What-
has to obey.
What's the Stitchling?
What's
Well-
Reva?
Reva's the old woman. She's horrible. The Stitchling's
what
okay,
makes her
though.
person.
She just makes things. She's in the other room. but you didn't ask to see her. She's
So
still looking at
is-
the like she's looking at everybody else, but not Gideon when she's talking.
So is Stitchling not scary? Do you like Stitchling?
I mean, it's a bit scary to look at, but she just makes things most of the time unless you annoy her. And I don't annoy
And I-
anybody. She
I
gives
hate
like
to
a
I
ask
like
this.
look at the camera like I'm in the office.
Endo just looks at Gideon and doesn't say anything.
I'm hating
I'm
to
gonna-
ask this.
Oh, sorry, go on, Adrian.
Is it because you don't like to look at her? Is it because parts of her face have been stitched?
No.
Excellent.
She's just... I can
Excellent.
take you to her if you want me to. She makes things. There's a book somewhere.
I'm looking. I really want some of that mirror.
Oh god. Audrey, Durham, there's signs on the floor. I can't read these. What do they say?
Can I have a bend down and pick one of them up? Just see what it says.
So the one that you pick up says, Bubby the Human Hippo.
That sounds familiar.
This is about Bubby the human hippo, this one. So, guessing it's the hippo we met on the way in.
And like Sally's nodding.
Oh, he's my friend too.
Didn't he try and bite you, Endo? Bite somebody?
No, he tried to bite someone else. He was happy with Endo. Endo fed him. He liked Endo.
Bubby likes food.
So does Endo.
So does Endo.
As they're all saying this, I'm going to take my glaive out and just try and break the mirror that's holding the.
Don't break it.
Don't
No.
break it.
No, don't do that. That could kill him.
This is 15 feet away. How tall are you?
The dragon lane is trapped behind it, so therefore I need to break it to free him.
But
Mm,
how do you
logically,
know that
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 makes no
will free
sense.
him?
If you break the mirror, you'll kill him.
Durham, no.
That's what he wants.
No.
Don't
we can
you?
free
And,
him
and
let
she
him
like
out.
looks up and the dragon nods.
Can
Dragon, what if we set you free so you can breathe fire on the person that trapped you in there? Would that make you happy?
He kind of tilts his head and then shakes his head.
What?
shake his
Why?
head yes or no?
No.
Yeah.
He doesn't like killing things.
Were you always a dragon, Greystack?
He nods.
Okay.
Anybody
you-
that looks at the other signs would see that one of them says Oink Fat the Immortal Pig.
What?
And
What?
the other one says Gristak the Terrible.
So what did the sign say? Because obviously someone else
What?
has to explain it to Durham, to Endo.
One says Oink Fat the Immortal Pig, and the other one says Grace Stack the Terrible.
So that's why the pig did not die when he ate one of the balls, because it exploded inside him and he did not die. And immortal means no death. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
That also means, don't judge me, don't hate me. We have a shield.
What do you mean, Audrey?
We
I'm just
can,
going to leave the room and just
We
start walking
can,
down the corridor.
use Oinkfat as a defensive tool
Ah,
to
He's only
deflect.
little.
I
How
like
could you-
cover Oinkfat's ears so he can't hear what you say.
He does not look shield-like, Audrey.
No, but Gideon, I think you should hold on to Oinkfat.
Yes, Gideon.
You were tired. One or two of you could come in handy. Just put it out there.
Can I, using my magical experience, have a look at the mirror to see if I can discern anything about if it is magical or how it might
Roll
operate?
Arcana for me.
Why do I always roll really badly on Arcana?
I don't know. It's meant to be a skill of yours.
I know.
Right? So as
Yeah.
you kind of look
Can
up,
Endo give her a helping hand? Because
uh,
Endo's curious and he's just looking up there
Does-
like with his eyes curiously.
okay, yeah, sure, because I'm feeling nice. You can roll
Thank you,
again. I don't know how Endo would be helping Gideon with Arcana, but sure.
With his concentration.
So, Gideon, as you kind of look in and look at the mirror, you can tell that it is in fact some sort of magical item. And Sally doesn't quite understand it, obviously. She is a 10-year-old child. You can tell that the dragon is not behind the mirror. He is in the mirror.
Okay. The dragon's not behind the mirror, he's in the mirror. Is it possible it's some sort of pocket dimension or something, like a portal into something else? I don't know. Breaking it won't do. Physically breaking the mirror won't get him out of there, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe Stitchling knows.
Yeah, we could
Yeah,
go
we
and
can
ask.
always come back.
Because
Yeah.
I don't think Greystack is going anywhere anytime soon.
The dragon
No
looks
offense,
very
little guy,
sad.
but right.
Don't worry, Greystack. We will be back. I'm going to find out why this Stitch person did this to you.
I don't
Don't
think Stitch did
worry.
it.
Well, whoever did it, Audrey, I don't know. 'Cause I don't know. I will
Right,
find out.
Sally. Show us where Stitchling is, please.
Okay. And she kind of like heads past, sees Gideon stood in the way and like just stands there, won't go past her.
I'd stop moving. Move out of the way.
And she goes back into the main room
Oh.
and starts heading
Is
off.
there? Can I just? Is there anything in this little wooden box?
It's just storage, so there's like planks stood up in it and a bit of barbed wire and things like that.
How big is it?
Wooden box size. It's not massive. Are you gonna get in it? It couldn't
No,
fit
could
someone
I,
in
could
it.
I empty it and take it with me though?
Could you what? Sorry.
Empty it and take it with me.
Yes.
I guess I'm
So you'd
wondering
be
if
carrying
would
it with both.
qualify as a wooden container, Lynn.
Yes, it would qualify as a wooden
Great,
container.
I'll take it with me.
Okay.
Bloody cats and boxes.
Do you want me to put that in the bag of holding so you don't have to carry it around?
Yeah,
Or
because
give it-
you are carrying it with both hands now. So
Very proudly. Yes,
yeah,
please.
this is my box. Stitchling's down there.
Would you like to take us to lead the way?
And she kind of shrugs and then starts walking down.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you can see as you go down, you see this.
Oh,
Wow.
I was sort of right.
Can Endo see that?
Oh no.
Not from where you are, probably.
Oh, that's a good thing then.
So as you enter into this room, there are miles of yarn and string that weave around the room. The ceiling is ripped out, and you can see up onto the other floor. There are piles of unravelled clothes that lie scattered in the corner, and sitting in one of the corners is the Stitchling. A sign along the west wall reads, "The Stitchling," while a sign above the eastern path, which is this one over here, says Trinket Exchange Recipes.
Dad's got a big grin on his face.
As you look at the Stitchling, you see that she is a multi-armed mix of scrambling hands, needle, and thread. She kind of looks up as you come in. She's got her arms folded in front of her at the moment.
All of them?
Yep.
Interesting.
Evening, Miss Stitchling.
Sally here said that helped put that dragon in the mirror. somehow.
She just stares. Sally's like leaning back on the wall.
Hello.
She does, like Tide says hello. She turns and looks at Tide, but still doesn't speak.
Can we help you?
Still stares.
Would you like a drink?
The Stitchling doesn't talk.
Oh,
She's like a machine. She makes things. She made the mirror. Because Reva told her to.
Endo just turns to Audrey, like mouth wide open, just pointing at this thing. Like, Audrey, what is that?
I don't know.
Do we need to?
Quite.
Do we need to? Oh, sorry. Immediately, just like takes his finger away, but his hand is still there. So like, he retracts his finger. And he's like, "Do we need to fight it?"
I don't think so.
Oh, good. It does not look very nice.
And like as you say that, like Sally like frowns and then goes and like pats one of the Stitchling's arms, and she's like, "Stitchling isn't horrible. Stitchling's nice. She just doesn't talk or do anything except make things."
You have funny eyes, Sally, because he looks hideous.
Same could be said for you.
See, I told you she is very rude.
Stitchling, are you able to understand us?
And the Stitchling turns to look at you and like unfolds like some of her arms and like holds them palm up as if she's waiting for you to give her something.
do you want things?
I'll take off the souvenir t-shirt that I won. The Happy Jack of Funhouse shirt. And give that to her. And say, what would you do with this?
Stitchling kind of like looks down at what you've given her and then looks back up again, and Sally is just looking at you absolutely baffled, and she's like, "You have to use the book."
Yeah, I did think
Wow.
so. Can
Like looking at that you've just given Stitchling a t-shirt.
It looked like your size.
we might need that for later though, I've got an idea. Can I do you know the dead bee that I got earlier?
Yeah.
Can I put that hold that out in one of my hands?
Oh my god.
I'm just
and
looking
then
at the grimoire trying to figure out what you're going to do with it.
Trust me.
Okay.
And then in the other hand, can I use my what's it called? Where is it? Can I use my performance of creation to make 8 ounces of cinnamon, please?
Yes.
And just, can you make something from this, please?
Where the hell are you looking on your...
I'm looking at Element's Touch. I guess it's an insect, even if it's dead.
Oh god.
Yes. Okay. Oh, all right.
Is this what you expected, Lynn?
It's never what I expect when it comes to the absolute chaos of you guys. Right, let me find
I just imagine you came up the notes you wrote out for this one and just right, that's it. Improv.
I just need to find the grimoire in here.
Oh.
Oh, what's
Sorry, I pressed the wrong thing on my character sheet.
it's like, my lord, what's going on here?
That genuinely scared me because I thought something else was coming up, and I'm like, oh crap, what's happening?
Okay, so as you, you've given her the cinnamon, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, you're holding the insect out. She kind of looks at you, grabs the cinnamon and sprinkles it over the insect that is in your hand, and then puts her hand over your hand, and like, well, two hands, so she's like clasping your hand, and your hand begins to, can you roll me a d4 please?
Oh, yes, I can. It's a 4, baby.
Your hand begins to glow blue, and it feels quite cold, but not like it's not hurting you in any way. It just feels a little bit colder than normal. And then she releases and goes back to sitting how she was.
Can I inspect my hand?
You can roll me an Arcana check.
Oh dear. Oh, actually.
Okay, so as you kind of you're inspecting your kind of slightly glowing blue hand, and you understand that she has given you some magic ability with that hand, and you can deal an extra 2d6 damage on the next unarmed strike when you use that hand.
Oh my god, amazing. Thank you. I look expectantly and like nod excitedly at literally.
Sally kind of just looks and grins, and she's like, see, she's not horrible. And then like kind of turns to glare at like Endo and people that have said that she looks funny.
Oh my god, I could do this all day.
He's like now going,
Come on,
right, what
guys.
else have I got? What else can I make?
We have children to find. Have you forgotten?
Oh my god. So, how do you think this thing works, Tide?
I have a book with like items, and if you give her all the items of a certain like recipe, I think she makes the thing.
Sally's nodding as you're like explaining it.
And is what could be useful to us from the book?
I guess the thing that looks immediately useful to me is Jack's key, for which we need an image of Happy Jack. So I was thinking your shirt.
Oh yeah.
A square foot of mirror. So I was thinking about Christak.
Could we cut a square out without breaking the whole mirror?
Yeah. And then whatever Sally wants, really. And I just go side glance at Sally. What do you want, Sally?
What do I want? I want to go back to the fun place.
If
Where's
you could have
the
anything
fun
in the world,
place?
is that what you'd want?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the fun place, Sally?
Where Jack is. Through this sparkly portal.
And
You
what's
said that
stopping you going back there?
I got kicked out because apparently I'm not fun. Jack won't let me back.
Oh, I can't see how he came to that conclusion.
I know, right?
Right?
I think you're great, Sally.
You remind me of a younger me.
Amazing. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I can see that actually.
I spy another orphan.
We're collecting them.
I feel like Telescope will be like, right, enough, come on now.
Right.
I don't think Talisker would like the fact that this one is very rude.
Says the person who
Yeah,
just
flowers.
said horrible things about my friend the Stitchling.
Who
And
said
she's, like,
he's a machine?
glaring at, like, it's a she.
Well, you said she's a machine or a thing that makes things. You didn't say it's a people's.
still has feelings.
But obviously not. It does not make any facial expressions.
And you're arguing with a brick wall here, my friend. Come on.
No, I'm
Let's
not.
just-
I'm arguing with a child. Like, Endo looks really confused by what Durham has just said, and he's pointing at the kid. He's like, "Brick wall? What brick wall?"
Come on this way, mate.
Let's go.
This
Before
stop
we go,
arguing.
can I minor illusion a badge onto the stitchling that just says "World's Best Stitcher"?
Sure. Yeah.
Love it.
She kind of like looks down at it and then just looks back up, emotionless.
Oh, that's sad. I tried.
As Endo's walking out,
Well,
as Endo walks out, he notices this, and he's just like talking to himself. He's like, "See, no smile, no nothing." World's best stitcher. Love it.
Gideon leading the charge there.
No, I just thought I'd look out since I can see the furthest.
Do you want me to go first, Gideon?
Yes, please.
That was such a anybody. As long as it's
Yeah,
not me.
anybody but
Yeah.
me.
Sure, yeah, go for it. Knock yourself out. Just reminds me of the Audrey and the pig, and we've got a shield situation. It's like Gideon thinks of all of us as that at the moment. Please forget that impression.
What scene is this?
You are in a very neat and tidy room compared to the other rooms of the funhouse that you have been in. A picture hangs on the north wall above an antique rocking chair and a small table which holds a few knickknacks. A desk with several pieces of parchment paper, a quill, ink, and a small yellow box rests against the east wall, and a wooden ladder leading up is attached to the southern wall, and a small tunnel heads off this direction.
Can I-
Endo just
Oh,
sorry, I apologize.
No, it's all right. Go on, you go for it.
I should have wrote it in there. What I was like planning, and then waited for Lynn to decide. I was just gonna see if I saw anything with my incredibly awesome sumo eyes.
Sorry, anything
Other than
about what? You'd
anything
have to be
that
telling me
was
what you're trying to
strange.
look for, rather than just going, can I see anything?
Endo's very simple, so something to him that would stand out as weird.
Like the yellow box.
Yeah, there's nothing that you
Possible.
would necessarily have been like, oh, yeah, this looks strange.
Can I see what's down that tunnel? You say it's a small tunnel, so is it small as in big enough to fit a crawling child, or
I mean, it's
or
this here.
5'8"
It's this
diameter?
corridor, so you should be able to see down it anyway. It's like a 5 foot wide
Oh,
corridor, so you can see more portals, obviously stretching kind of into the tunnel though.
I can see to the end, Jeremiah. It looks like it turns, and then I can't see where it goes.
Yeah, I can see the turn as well. But those two portals are going to be an absolute pain to get past.
Endo
This
can
is
jump
Happy
and tell-
Jack's room.
And that yellow box.
Explain to Deco then.
But I would open that carefully.
Yeah, can I look at the? Did you say there was like paper and quills and stuff on the desk as well as the box? Can I see if there's anything written on the paper?
So on the paper there is nothing in particular, but if you roll me a perception, seeing as you're looking around the desk and things, I
Okay.
will tell you what you can see. Okie dokie. So, on the actual parchment paper, it is just like plain parchment paper, obviously waiting to be written on. The yellow box, as you kind of like, you don't necessarily pick it up, but you are kind of looking, obviously, you can see that scribbled on the box are the words, "Children, tell Happy Jack what makes you happy. If you do, we'll go to my secret happy place." Also on the box, on the desk, you can see a red and blue toy top, a figurine of a black horse wearing a white saddle, a magnifying glass, and 2 scrolls.
Ooh, what are the scrolls? Do they look like spell scrolls?
They do not look like spell scrolls. They just look
Okay.
like paper that has been rolled up.
Okay. Can I just unroll them and see if it says anything on them?
So as you unroll them, it looks like they have been ripped from a diary of some kind. They're pages ripped from a diary. And you kind of skim through it. A lot of it is just nothing particularly important. But you see the name Annalise coming up a lot. And then there are quite a few, like, heavily scrawled sentences that say, "Annalise, I hope your training is going well. I miss your giggle." And then the next one says, "Your name is beauty to me, Annalise." And then the last one, that is even more kind of scrawled, says, "Annalise, I am at loss for words when I think of you."
Sally, do you know somebody called Annalise?
Sally, looking at the floor, shakes her head.
Amazing.
I've terrorized the child. Like the clown was fine, but like Gideon is the thing that pushed her over the edge.
Something to reflect on there, Gideon.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
She goes over, though, and picks up the figurine of the horse. And she's like, "Huh, this is Jingles."
Jingles.
Mm-hmm.
Did a toy?
It's Jack's horse.
Does Jack still use this jingles to get around on, or does he have other means of transporting around?
Well, he hasn't taken Jingles through the portal, so he's not using him. You could probably have him. And she, like, holds him out towards Tide.
Yeah. Can I take Jingles, and can I also take some parchment and one of the quills?
You can, yes. And you now have a figurine of wondrous power.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
We'll pop it into
I was
the-
going to say, I
just
wanted
look
to
at
grab the rest
Tide
of the figurines
and
as well.
Are
I
you
think they're-
just writing stuff down or something? Because you got lots of parchment recently.
You'll see.
It is in your journal, Tide.
Ooh.
Sally, you keep talking about this portal.
Mm-hmm.
Is this something to do with the box there? Like, point to the yellow box.
And she kind of, like, slowly nods, looking at the floor.
I think if we open this box, it's going to transport us somewhere. I think that it's got written here on it. It'll take you to Jack's secret. Was it secret place? Something like that.
Secret happy place.
Secret
But-
happy place. I think.
But don't we have to also say what makes us happy or something first? What was the first part of the message?
Yeah. Children, tell Happy Jack what makes you happy.
So I think we have to give something to get something.
I mean, aside from Adri, I guess we'd all be classed as children.
Well, to me you are. But we also don't know how old Happy Jack is, so I could also be a child to Happy Jack.
That's true.
Getting very philosophical in your old age, Adri.
I've had time to think on it.
Do we want to try it? Do we want to explore more first?
Yeah, so let's not open it yet, but this is clearly everything in this room is important to him, so I say we take all the trinkets on the table.
Agreed.
I just got a feeling that, we got one guaranteed known portal or two random portals to try and get through or get past to get on down this corridor. So, which do you fancy? The one we know where we're going, or the unknown?
There was still a third door back in that main room we haven't opened yet as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult to jump this one. I think maybe we check out that other room and then maybe come back here.
Plus, what's up this ladder?
Oh yeah, forgot the ladder.
So can we collect the rest of the tokens? I'll grab them.
Yep, so you now have a red and blue toy top and a magnifying glass that you picked up off the table.
Oh.
Shall we take the yellow box?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to head back through then, guys, back to the other room, because clearly Sally's not done this other thing. If she says turn it down here and then there's no children here, so they've all gone to that happy place. And yeah, we need to look in other places, don't we?
That's a good point. Sally, how did you get to the happy place the first time with Jack?
And she points at the yellow box.
Excellent. So why can't you just open the box and go back through? What did you do last time?
What do you mean?
Well, you pointed at the box, so did you go into the box last time to get to the happy place?
You write a note and tell Jack what makes you happy. Put it in the slit in the top of the box, and then you get teleported there. But I'm not allowed there.
What did you write? What did you write last time?
I wrote that spending time with Jack makes me happy.
And what would make you happy now?
I'm not allowed back.
Okay, that's not technically what I asked, though.
What would
make
make me
you
happy
happy
is
now?
going back to the happy place.
Sally, could you write that on this sheet of paper, please?
Okay.
And I hand her one of the pieces of parchment and the quill.
So she writes down and she's like, what would make me happy is going back to the happy place where Jack is. And then hands you the paper.
Really appreciate it, and I take both back.
Can we explore that last door then, guys, before we start teleporting ourselves down to where Jack is?
I agree. That sounds like a great idea, Jeremiah.
Yeah, just interesting point of order. If we all have to write something and put it in the box, Endo can't write, can he?
Well, it just has to be what he wants, doesn't it? Can't we write it for him as long as it's his sentiment?
Guess we'll find out.
Right?
You could always draw a picture of a potato.
We don't know that'll make him happy. I'm following Jeremiah to head to this other room.
Yeah, I'm putting all this newly acquired crap in my bag and following.
Okey-dokey. You are back in the other room.
No, that door, that's around here, isn't it? That door.
Is it there?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Tide, you want to do the honours?
Yeah, can I take a peek? Sneaky peek?
Yeah. if you want to roll stealth, if you're going to try and open it stealthily.
Yeah, I'd love to. At 20, baby.
Okay.
Like the
So
door
you
didn't
peek.
even open.
That's what you see.
Oh, guys, I think this is the bottom of the
Slides.
slides.
Are we going in? Definitely bottom of the slides.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's the bottom of the slides. So, Airdrie, you would kind of recognise it from when you were hanging
Right.
down
I was
through
going
the...
to say, just around the corner, there's another portal.
Yeah.
And no sign of my dagger yet, because I kind of threw it through the portal and it disappeared.
Nope.
Huh.
I'm not sure what we can do with this.
At least we know those slides are safe.
They're not. Halfway down, there's a portal. So as you come down, you get sucked through somewhere else. You don't make it to the bottom.
Oh. Not good.
Yeah. Hey guys, Airdrie. I'm Airdrie. Tide. I looked up and I saw my name on my character. And the first thing I said, Tide, Gideon. I don't know about you, but what would make me happy is if we were out of here, Happy Jack was already powerless, and we were going home paid already.
I feel like it would be bad to write that on a slip of parchment and give it to him.
Yeah,
I don't
think
know. Yeah, what if it comes true? What if that's my happy thought? He's powerless and he's easy to beat in a fight. That would make me really happy.
Well, we can try that, Adri, but
It would make me
yeah.
really happy if he could be killed with a slap.
You wouldn't have been able to hear that, Jeremiah, because you were over here and they're whispering up here.
Oh.
So you wouldn't have heard
Or Odie's whispers are as loud as they ever were.
that. Yeah. They're clack whispers.
Anyway, that's what I'm happy about, so I might put that on the paper.
I think if you do, he's probably not going to let you in.
Hey, that's not what his rule said. He said what makes you happy to get through to the happy place. That'd make me really happy.
Well, we'll see, I guess.
Are there any
Aside
more doors
from-
in here?
Are there what, sorry?
Any more doors?
No, not that you haven't already been through.
So, do we write something down on the parchment, or
What would make Stitchling happy?
I could give him more things to make. I think I have the stuff for it now.
working? I'm guessing.
What if Stitchling put a message in?
Oh, yes.
And
Does it have to be a chance?
what would make Gristak happy? Other than dying, of course, which we know that's what he's going to write. But still, gotta get him out.
How
Because
does he
even
get
to
into
die,
the-
he'd have to get out of the mirror to get through to the happy place.
We could try.
So, we've got Sally's message. She can be our test dummy.
Oh, I was hoping to keep that for a trinket.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. But that's how we could get Gristak out. Because if he gets taken through to the portal, then he's out of the mirror and he's back in the real whatever dimension this is.
Does it grant the wish, or does it just?
I don't know if it grants the wish, but it takes you to the happy place. So if he's in the mirror, he then won't be in the mirror. He'll be in the happy place.
True. Yeah, I'm
So
down.
does it have to be your written message? So they can test it with Endo. Endo's message. If we write it for Endo, and put it in. If he goes, then we will know it would work for Gristak.
I think Endo would just love to have a room full of,
All pits.
a room full of ball pits. You know.
Endo ready.
Welcome back, Endo.
Endo ready.
Shall we do it?
Did you say you wanted the Stitchling to make you some more things first, Hyde?
Oh yeah, it's a good idea. We could do that. I could do that really quickly.
Just in case we get sucked into this other place.
Yeah, good chat. Can I run down? Oh, can I take the container, Gideon?
Oh yeah, sure. Out of the bag of holding.
I waddle down with the. Right, I've got quite a list for you.
Get stitching.
Let's go.
Can I use the sheet of paper that I won that had the spooky music written down
Yep.
with a wooden container?
Yep.
And I think I don't want to use this sculpture that I've got, but I know I have the jeweled bug from our first campaign.
Okay.
Would you say that is a sculpture of a living thing?
Sure.
Can I make Song's dancer?
Yes, you can.
Great.
So you hand all these things to the Stitchling, and she wraps the figurine and the box in thread, and then you just see a blur as she's like quickly doing something, and then as everything settles down, she holds out what is a music box that is now going to have a bee that turns around inside doing a little dance while it plays the song.
Oh, it's perfect. What a way to remember my little guy from earlier.
Oh, great.
I don't think I actually can make anything else yet. I'm missing a couple of bits. At least we've got the music box.
Super useful.
What music does it play?
It plays the tune that was written on the music.
Of course.
Music.
Yeah, of course.
What have you got there, Tide?
I open the music box and show Endo.
Oh, that is
It's
fantastic. Oh,
beautiful music.
I can't remember how the music goes.
I will tell you how the music goes. Hang on. The music goes like this.
that's fantastical.
This is the music. As he's like got the box open, and there's a dancing bee now.
They're so pretty.
I love it. I love that I've wasted a jeweled bee on this music. Let me delete it from my inventory.
You need to keep it forever. You can put it in your room back at the HQ, Tide.
Oh, you know it.
Or you can put it in the kitchen, under the mantelpiece of the fire, underneath the giant troll head that I put up on there. You can have that as the souvenir wall.
Yes.
Oh, a souvenir wall. I wonder if Talaska will let us have like this one big wall where we have souvenirs.
As long as she doesn't sell them.
No, Talaska's not like that. She's nice.
And Endo, I don't think ripping heads off is quite Kalaskar's thing.
You'd be surprised.
Talaska respects power, Dora Maya. Did you not notice this? That's why she likes Endo more than you.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna walk straight down here and just be like, "See you guys."
Endo learned
That's
vicious
important to
mockery.
shout out.
Sorry, Dom. Sorry. That was just...
It's alright. I'm just gonna scout this portal, you know.
It's just I know that Talaska does like she does have a little soft spot, kind of, for Endo. I don't know how soft it is exactly, but I know that she's got a bit of spot for it. So.
It's trollhead sized soft, I think.
It could be tolerance. It could just be tolerance for Endo.
Thanks, Tide.
Immortalised forever.
God.
Just wait until Lynn puts it up as one of her quotes in a Twitch channel.
Oh God.
Breaking the fourth wall here.
My God, what?
Who are you?
Right.
So, there's two portals that outside Jack's place. Do you want to see where they go, or do you want to take the box to the quote unquote happy place?
Well, we don't know if it'll take us yet because we don't know if any children or not. So it might not take us.
I
Or
can
we can jump into this thing and try and find another place.
I'm not sure how worthwhile it is to keep jumping around the fun house. I think all signs are pointing to Jack, right? Maybe
Yeah.
needs to, yeah.
But we need to.
Endo can quickly
I'm
jump over the strange things down in the other hallway and just see what's on the other side for you if you like, and then jump straight back.
Well, if you're sure you'd be okay, Endo.
Endo will be fine. Endo's strong.
Well, that's maybe
Obvious-
not a bad idea. And if there's nothing there, then we could maybe try the box
Yeah. Or the ladder.
or the ladder.
Or the
That's
ladder.
true. Yeah.
The ladder is
forgetting the
this
ladder.
way, so...
And
Well, Ty,
Sally,
you can stick your little nose up on the top of the ladder and see what's up there.
Do do dee do do.
If you wanted.
and Sally, how were you able to talk to Gristak?
What do you mean? How am I able to talk to him?
Like, you seem to understand. Like he was able to communicate with you before. Could we physically hear him, or?
He doesn't talk. He's a dragon.
So how did you know then that he wants to just die?
Because I asked him.
And so how did he answer to you?
He nodded his head.
Okay.
He's looked sad all the time. So I asked him why he was sad. And then I said that, well, I knew he'd got put there because I saw it happen. And then I asked him if he was happy, and he said no. And then, well, he shook his head. And then I asked him if he wanted to die, and he said yes.
How long have you been here, Sally?
Ages.
And how long has Gristak been in the mirror?
Not as long as I've been here. I kind of lost track of time.
OC, how long have the kids been missing?
The kids have not been missing that long.
To
In
them,
terms of to the parents that are stood outside, they haven't been missing that long.
But for the kids, it's been ages. Cool.
Do you reckon? Oh, I wouldn't have known this because they'd used in a different room.
No, you wouldn't.
Typical.
That was OC asking anyway.
Everybody!
Yes, Endo.
I just wanted to make sure people could hear me. I don't know if they can. There's just a corridor with a very, very short, like, turning, and when you go around the corner, there's some ladders.
Ladders sound promising.
And that's it.
Judging
What?
from where we walked, I would say those.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was going to say I would judge that those ladders, just from how we walked around this place, I think those ladders will be those two things at the entrance that we couldn't get down through, those hatches at the entrance.
Oh yeah.
That's a really good shout. I think you're right.
Sally nods as if to be like, "Oh, wise one," and she's like, "They go upstairs. They go back into the upstairs
So it's the quick way out because I was right near the entrance.
Do you want Endo to try and open it and grab some more of those balls and see if they go through these little tunnels that are all over the place?
Endo, I think you might have to let the balls go. I think you need to just keep them in your heart, but maybe think about the fact that we might not see them again.
Let go of your balls, Endo.
Yeah, let go of your balls, Endo.
That is a quote right there.
Endo's literally
That
just
is
stood
a
in this
quote of all
corridor
quotes.
on his own, incredibly bewildered.
Nice. Where is everyone? Tide, can you hear me? Tide.
I'm in the corner. Hello.
No, sorry, I was in with Christak. Can I borrow a piece of that parchment before we try this? I also just want to see if I write a message from Christak, if that'll work as well.
Sure.
I want to see if we can get him out.
Sorry, you go.
I was going to say I want to see if we can get him out of this mirror.
Yeah, great.
Because if we can get him out, it'd be bad to have a little pet dragon.
Can
Endo
I
gets to have a pet dragon as well. Awesome.
I think he wants to be free, Endo.
Well, he wants to be dead, apparently.
Well, yeah, that's a kind of freedom.
Wow, dark.
Touche. And that wasn't from Gideon or Sally.
Wow.
Can I rip my last bit of parchment in two and give half to Edry?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
Endo sits down in the chair.
I'm going to grab one of those quills and run back to Gristak.
Oh no! No!
You guys go first.
Endo's like, really worried.
Oh, you go. Gristak.
The dragon is looking at you.
I'm led to believe that you're not very happy in there and that you would like to end your life. But would you be happy to if you could just get out of the mirror?
He kind of like tilts his head as if he's thinking and then nods.
And you can come home and live with us, and we have a person who's like a snake lady, and she can feed you, and I can feed you, and we will love you forever.
He shakes his head. No.
Oh.
But if you can be free from this mirror to do what you like, would that be the thing that would make you most happy?
He nods his head.
Would you be happy for me to write your happiest feeling down and pass this message on for you?
He kind of, again, tilts his head as if he's thinking and then nods.
All right, so I'm going to write on the parchment that Gristak would like to be free of the mirror and free to live his life or her life as they like.
Okay.
La, la, la. And give it to Tide, who I think's got the box, right?
No, I just have my music box.
Okay, you had a box.
I
love it. I absolutely love it.
That's it. Tide's now useless for the rest of the thing because he's just watching his jeweled bee dance around to a tune.
How dare you call it useless?
Okay, guys, so we've got 2 messages at the moment. Did we all want to write down what our what our happiest thing would be?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. I'll let me do another quick. Is there a quill? Tide, you've got plenty of quills, haven't you?
I need it back, but yes, I reluctantly give out the quill.
What do you take me for? Some sort of road? As I
I
just...
say nothing.
Yeah, I'll write down the happiest place for me to be would be to find a way out of this place without losing any children, and then hand the quill back.
Okay.
Are we all doing it? Do I need to write something as well?
I think we'll all have to if we want to all get through to Happy Jack.
Okay, Tide, can I have some paper?
Yeah, I like rip the paper into enough bits for all of us, and we can all have a write.
Okay, so we just need to write something that makes us happy.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so
Or something
Gideon,
that we want. What did it say?
it said tell Jack what makes you happy.
Oh.
And like Sally's nodding, but again, still not looking at.
Gideon thinks for a moment, and then she writes down skeletons, and then she just stops for a minute, and then writes and also practical jokes, and folds it up and passes the colour.
I think Tide just writes still being alive.
Yeah, fair. That is fair.
Edry's is, and it seems character true, winning every battle without injury.
Like
Fair.
She was a soldier.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look over at Endo and Tide, can I have a quill back again? Need to write down Endo's.
who's it with? It's with Edry, yeah. Yeah.
There you go.
So, what's yours then, Endo?
What's my what? My
Your happiest thought.
That all potatoes are just potatoes.
What do you mean by that, Audrey?
That they're not alive, they're not holding, they're not whatever they could possibly be, they are just potatoes.
I've seen things, Audrey.
And where did the potato touch you?
I don't want to talk about it, Audrey.
So, what is your happiest? What would make you the happiest thing then, Endo?
I think the thing that makes me happiest is knowing that I did something useful to help someone.
Oh.
And I'll just write that down on the paper and hand the quill back.
Okey-dokey.
I think we should start with Gristak.
Before we start, can I just say, if we live, can someone teach me how to read and write properly, please?
We'll put in the time. We'll put in the time.
Endo just smiles. He's like, "Thank you."
Okay,
Maybe
before.
Gideon can help you.
Yes, I could do that. Definitely do that. Yes.
Endo just looks at her like almost slightly frightened but quizzical.
Okay, before we go on to putting things into the box, we will have a quick 5-10 minute break. Right. So you have now all written down your little happy place / wishes or whatever. And yeah, what are you doing now?
I suggest we try Ristak's wish first, because, I mean, if it works, he's out of the mirror. We don't know where he's gone, but he's out of the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't work, then that's his problem. Their problem.
Calm down.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Okie.
So you are placing Gristak's wish or whatever it was into the box, yes? Into the slit at the
Yes.
top of the box. So you pop it in and nothing happens.
I tried.
You know, I'm just going to put my wish in the box.
Okie dokie. As you pop your wish into the box kind of leaps out of whoever's hand is holding it and lands on the floor and opens, and there is a blinding light that blinds pretty much all of you. And you, as it fades away, you find yourself, my lord, what the hell is wrong with this map?
Spoopy.
Ooh. Okay.
At this point, I was wishing that I took that blind fighting so that it'd be like, yeah, well, actually, DM, it doesn't blind me.
I'm very confused by what's wrong with the map. That's my issue.
So rare you get to use blind fighting as a fighting style.
True. Very true.
Why is my map all weird? Does the map
It's
look
just-
weird to you guys?
Just
It's just coming to focus for me at the moment.
I can see two different areas on mine. One's in purple and one's in orange. One's around the base of a tree, and the other's also looks like it's shooting out
Oh,
of a
I
portal.
can't see it right. I'm just gonna have to reload. 1 second.
Oh, is it a tree?
But where
Top
the
left
kids
is
are
a-
around.
The purple
Yeah.
thing and
In the orange or
Hi.
the purple?
I'm concerned. What did
There we
you
go.
think it was?
There we go.
bottom right is loads of little circles.
Yeah, bottom right's like kids around the base of a tree, and
Oh,
us
yes.
in the purple is like the
Oh.
opening of a portal.
Yes.
Oh,
it's-
yes, yep.
it's thingied now. I had to reload, which was irritating, but it is now working.
Oh,
But I also noticed it didn't pull Sally through. Oh well, no loss.
It did not pull Sally through. So you find yourselves when I can find. That completely threw me because when it's closed all my tabs, you absolute annoying thing. Oh, why does this hate me? Okie dokie.
It's just
So
too awesome for it.
no,
the portal transports you to a rolling prairie of dead grass. Dusk looms in this cold, dead area, and the smell of rot and decay dance on the cool breeze. In the distance, you can see a tall tree blooming with pink flowers and yellow fruit that grows on a hillside covered in lush green grass. A tall figure with fiery red hair laughs and claps as 8 children dance around the tree.
okay.
Hang on
Yeah,
a second.
Yeah, where are we, Duramayer?
I'm just thinking. We can see 8 children around that tree, right?
Oh, yeah. I can see 5 and what looks like a...
And Jack.
Sorry, Han.
But, what I'm thinking is Sally's not here, so that's not all the children. Are you back for Sally somehow?
Oh, we just can't see the others yet.
Yeah, I can see like a few that are just in the edges of the darkness.
But my point
yeah,
is that there's like 9 children that went missing that we got asked to come and find.
Well,
And we
Sally's still
can't-
back upstairs.
Yeah. So either way you cut it, either that's everyone down there, and Sally's, dare I say, extra, or we ain't gonna return everyone back to their parents.
Well, we can get most of the fee.
Oh
As
no!
long as
I
it's more
hope...
than half, right? You round up.
Yeah, so it's like,
What do you mean, Gideon? Half a child?
No, I mean like half the number of children.
Oh, phew!
I do wonder about you sometimes, Gideon.
I'm starting to wonder less. In a good way.
I was going to say she's going up in Edred's like estimations, down in other people's.
Endo's just scared of her. We need to find the little servant girl that we rescued.
She might be by the tree, Endo. So if you stay near someone like myself or Adri, maybe Tide.
I hold in Tide's tail.
I love the idea of a giant big sumo holding Tide's tail. That is just amazing.
Be my seeing eye, cat.
Does it look like, has Jack like made any, like, has he noticed us? Does he know that we're there, or is he just like focused on the children?
He is at the minute just focused on the children, so he is kind of like laughing and clapping, and the kids are kind of running around dancing. Like, obviously, it looks like some sort of like birthday party or something. You know, they're having a really good time over there.
So the kids don't look distressed.
No, the kids look really happy. The kids are like giggling and playing chase, and like, yeah, they're having a good time.
Oh my god, the kids are going to turn on us.
Let's take them out first. Sneak attack.
What's going on?
Jesus!
I knew I like Gideon.
I can't hurt children.
We're not saying to hurt children, are we? I just
It was old babies.
Sorry, Adri. What was that?
I just don't think of it as children. Think of it as adult babies.
Oh god.
Channel 4 documentary comes to mind.
I just look at Gideon, I look at Adrian, and I'm just like, right, you two have just plummeted way down. Nope.
Oh, hang on, I've got a handout. Look, here you go, guys. There you
Do we
go.
want to see?
There you go.
Who is his dentist? I need that number. There's some nice white teeth.
You enjoyed that way too much, Lynn.
She did. She really did.
Just giving you all the information, guys. That's all it
She's
is.
trying to immerse you. Are you feeling immersed, Han? Are you feeling immersed?
I don't want to be immersed.
Have they noticed our arrival yet?
They have not yet, no.
Has Jack noticed our arrival
No.
yet?
Jack is kind of looking like... hang on. I'm on the wrong layer. That's probably why Jack is looking this kind of way. He's like, well, probably this way. He's watching these two at the minute.
Guys, this way.
Which way, Audrey? Where's your tail?
Adri doesn't have a tail.
I couldn't tell who was speaking.
I reluctantly give Endo my tail.
That's because I do a very good, where are you from accent?
A Tide accent.
A Tide accent.
Hedry doesn't have a tail.
That's your own quote.
Okay, it's all. I'm blind now. Endo blind. I can't see anything. I'm in the darkness.
Mm-hmm. You are in the darkness.
Once again, I give Endo my tail. Hold on.
Well, if however you move, then someone's gonna have to
Mm-hmm.
move me with the cat, because I don't think lighting a torch right now would be a very good
I don't think that would be a good idea either.
idea. Endo's not stupid. He's not gonna do that. He's gonna use his seeing-eye tide.
You got this. Right, what's our plan, fam?
I don't know.
We need to get Jack away from the children, basically, don't we? Let's not beat on a bird.
Or like Endo's not able to even know where Audrey is, but he's just like he's looking around, squinting his little eyes. He's like, Audrey, what if we do Operation Cherry Blossom on the Jack while other people try to rescue the children?
We're gonna need to get closer for me to be able to do that, I think. I don't know if I can throw you that far.
Endo ready.
And then I feel it's just going to come down to luck whether
Yeah, I wouldn't allow Operation Cherry Blossom.
the dice gods will be on our side.
Yep.
So what are you doing?
I mean, how far is the actual tree, roughly speaking?
As far as it is on the map. Oh my god.
So quite a ways.
I mean, I could probably. We got 60 feet dark vision. Typical.
Well, I mean, do you want to go sneak? I could make them invisible.
I mean, yeah, I'll go sneak off and see what I can see. Come back, tell you guys, and then plant an arrow through Jack's skull. How does that sound?
Gideon looks like she's plotting.
Yeah, well,
I'm just making sure I'm, in range if anything goes sideways.
I love how you assume, but because it's Duramir, it doesn't go sideways quite suddenly.
I'm always prepared.
oh, didn't mean to do that. Ignore
Oh.
that. Sorry.
Oh my god, I nearly crapped myself.
Oh,
Oh no.
Gideon,
we got Happy Hands
no.
to roll initiative.
Oh god.
Happy Jack has spotted you as you step a little bit closer, and the kids immediately stop laughing. It's as if they just freeze, all turn and look, stop laughing. The lights around the tree go a bit darker, and you, because you can see him properly, can see that his teeth kind of grow outwards almost as he looks quite angry.
I go, he's seen me. Everybody run.
Back through the portal.
Oh my god, such a clack move.
Can I use 2 sorcery points to cast darkness on the leather that I've got wrapped around my arm?
Yes.
So that means that I am now in well, let me I've lost the spell, sorry.
I can do it. So that
Magical darkness spreads from a point you choose within range to fill a 15-foot radius sphere. A creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness, and non-magical light can't illuminate it. And if you do it on something that you wear or carry, the darkness moves with me.
Yep.
And because I used sorcery points to cast it, I can see through it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I wish Happy Jack can't.
Neither
Well,
can
you'd
we.
think that, wouldn't you? You'd think that he wouldn't be able to see.
Unless he's got the drunken fighting.
Oh no, has he got like true sight or something?
He's got something.
Well, there's
Devil
devil
sight.
sight, there's true sight, and then like I say, yeah, there's that feature where basically it's blind sight or blind fighting, where within 10 feet, it don't matter what magic, they can still see.
Anyway, what are you doing, guys? He isn't moving towards you yet. He is just stood
Oh, that's good.
looking
Uh,
a little pissed.
I say we spread out so that we're not all in one area.
Do you want me to put an arrow through that angry-looking face? Because he was laughing and now he's not.
Not quite yet, because I think as soon as we attack, he'll attack back. Tide, do you want to see if you can round up the kids? That'll keep you distance from the battle. Although, watch those kids; they'll probably turn on you.
I'm great with kids.
Look, kids love cats, and you've got a music box. What more do you need? Jeremiah, you and I think we're taking point for battle. So, and Endo, you're our backup.
Endo ready.
And if we fan out and come around from a circular shape, all coming in, he can't all attack us all at once, and it gives everyone a slight advantage.
You do remember Slasher, don't you, Adri? Just to remind you.
Vaguely.
The things that,
Oh, sorry, Don. Go on.
the way that he made us feel at times as we fought him.
That's also true, but we were. Yeah, there's another good reason not to be together.
Endo is blind. Don't forget.
Yeah,
That's also true. Endo, stick with me.
No, I was just gonna say, Audrey, wait, give me the word, and I will light a torch.
Well, can Endo see? Can Endo see the lights of the trees?
I can see them on the map.
Yeah,
but
so you could see them. You could, because obviously he can see.
Oh,
He can
right.
see lights in the distance.
Yeah.
Like he's
okay.
not blind. Yeah, so he can see
And
it.
for
Apparently
the, I mean, I can't obviously see. I can only see what I can see with my limited vision.
I can
The
see
ground looks flat, right?
here. Basically,
Ish.
that's I can see nothing except from here.
So it's on a slight hill. The tree's on a slight hill.
Yeah.
So
like,
from
so there's
like,
no
here-ish, if
Yeah.
you can see where I'm pinging and see on the map, I
Yeah.
don't know how far you can see. That is like a slight hill, but it's not like. You don't have
The
to-
rest of the ground appears to just sort of be a big open meadow.
pretty
kind of
much,
thing.
pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Right,
Yeah,
so there's no...
I can see right up to the tree, and it's all just grass.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So Endo, it looks like just flat grass ground. If you make a straight line towards the lights of the tree, you should be fine.
Okay.
And we spread out. Tide, you go south and then wrap around behind. Would be my suggestion.
Yep.
I would say I was going to suggest Gideon, you come with me, but that darkness will screw me over. So
Yeah,
you
sorry.
just go hide in the darkness, spitting out whatever you spit out from that blackness. And Jeremiah, you get those bows ready, and I'll get my daggers ready, and we'll storm these kids, ruin this birthday party.
So that was Airdrie's happy thought.
Only if I come out of it without taking any, without taking injury, and we win.
Are we? Should we just attack? Do we want to try talking to him?
Well, we can move forward in that, I'd say, in that fan pattern.
Yeah.
And see what he does, but everyone be on defensive, ready for an offense of attack. Probably from the kids. He strikes me as the kind of guy that always use kids as a weapon and a shield.
Unlike you, who would never do such a thing, right?
Oh, Gideon, do you have pig? Pig fat.
Yes, I've got oink fat. You can't
You've
see
got your
anything
shield.
now.
Pew, pew. And you can't see what I'm doing. I was doing pistol guns. Pew, pew.
I guess.
Pew pew. As we move forward, what's Happy Jack's less so happy face doing these days?
He's just glaring at you as you move towards. obviously glaring at the people that you can see.
We get the names of these kids at the beginning by chance? We didn't really, did we?
You do not.
We just
No, they just
yeah,
said
that was silly. Obviously,
We only know the name of the child that we had that went missing.
Sally. Oh, and yeah, was it Dact or Pact or? Do we recognize her? Can we see her?
She is called. Hang on, what is she called? Can't actually remember her name. Tathra is the girl that works for. Well, works now, I guess, in the thing. You do not see her among the children that you can see so far.
Oh.
So if she's not here,
She's the dragon.
then
Oh, see,
where
we
is?
can leave. Sorry, Dom, go on.
So where is Casper?
Maybe Jack can tell us when we ask him very nicely. So that's what we're here for. We're just looking for Cathra.
The world's loudest whisper.
We're just looking for Tathra!
Who is measuring my distance to Juma?
I was just checking how far your whisper went.
Yeah, that's a loud whisper.
Oh,
Imagine if I had dissonant whispers. Oh,
I saw something moving by the tree.
it's Jack.
Hey Jack, how are you?
He kind of just stares at you.
Quite some party you got going on. Thanks for the invite.
I didn't invite you.
Sally said that you had invited us.
That child was not fun.
She seemed pretty fun to me. You should have seen the stuff she was doing upstairs.
The lady who works at the front, the front entrance, let us in. So you know, if you get any bones to pick it with her.
She would not let you here. To the fun house, maybe. But not here to deep Barovia.
yeah. The paintings.
Where are we?
You are in my land. You are in Barovia.
I
It's
love what you've done
Barovia.
with the place. Very gloomy.
What do you want?
Couple of things. I could see of maybe 6, 7, 8 of them around here.
The children?
You took
Well,
one
I
of
don't know
my
if I'd
friends.
call them children, but yeah, sure, if that's the term you want to use.
They wish to stay here with me. I made them
haven't heard them
better.
say that.
Now they will never grow old. Now they will never stain the world.
Quick question, Jack. How long have they been here with you?
A long time.
Do they get the same dental plan as you?
Just grins.
Where do I sign up? Those are some pearly gnashes.
He just smiles.
We've come to save our little servant girl that is from where we live. Can we have her back, please?
Is she one of these? And he turns.
Can I spot her in a group? Sorry to interrupt.
Roll perception for me.
Yeah, because Endo can't see it. Endo can only see the three. There's 2 there, and there's 3 there, and then Jack. That's all I can see.
Yeah, there's 3 over here as well.
And not 10.
What? Sorry, did you say 10?
Yeah.
Because that hasn't come through for some reason. Oh, there we go. No, you can't see her. You can't see it. Like, glancing around the children that you can see, she does not appear to be among them.
Can I give it a go as well? And I've got
Yeah.
proficiency on perception as well, so
Yep.
I need to add another
She's not
my
there.
proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not. Like, you're looking at every single face of the children that you can see, and she is not among them.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like our good little friend doesn't seem to be down here. Wasn't she fun enough for you, Jack? I mean, she had been through some trauma, so that can tend to tarnish someone's personality. But she was still a bit of a bright spark.
The only one I've sent back is Sally.
So, how do you send someone back?
This is my land. I choose who stays. And he kind of gives you a grin.
If
Can
you're
I-
dead, then
Oh.
does everyone get sent back?
I love how straightforward Endo thinks.
Are you
This
saying
is-
that out to him?
Not in a threatening way, just in a very innocent, questiony way.
This is
Like-
our adult child.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
Diaper.
Oh, come on. Audrey's excuse there. Like, Jack might have been interested in that, maybe. Obviously not. Shit.
Roll for initiative.
Roll for initiative.
I thought that Endo was being quite cute there, and
I thought I'd try to almost talk us out of it.
blind and slow.
I think everyone's doing quite good rolls there. I mean, still not as good as bloody Jack, but
Oh, I've got inspiration. I'm going to use it. Try again. Where it was worthless. Oh, yes! 18. Oh, yes.
actually, didn't we all have who'd had the training before back in the training room? We can,
That's advantage.
so we can all roll a second one for advantage.
No,
Your
it's just
advantage on your
attack.
first attack. Yeah.
First attack, sorry, yep.
Yeah,
Except me, I didn't go in there, so.
yeah, he had inspiration from a different
I
thing.
think-
I had one inspiration from something, and I think I had inspiration from food.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember exactly what.
Gideon and
bonus
Endo, can you roll me a d20, please?
I think there's no point, Lynn, because if Gideon got 18 first, I rolled I
Doesn't
rolled
matter.
twice.
Can you roll
Oh,
me
okay.
a d20?
Sorry, I apologize.
And Edric and Jeremiah as well, actually.
Oh.
Oh, back to the minute as well. What do you want us to roll? Sorry, D20. Yep.
Just a d20, it's just to
Yeah.
sort the order.
Sorry, Lynn, I didn't mean to be rude there.
Okie dokie. So, Endo asks his little question there, and Jack's face, he was kind of smiling, like, not like a, oh, I'm so happy to see you guys smile. It was like an angry smile, but it now just drops. And he turns around to this child here, picks the child up, his mouth extends, and he eats the child in
Shit.
front of your eyes.
What did the other children do?
The other children are just standing there. They're just, it's almost like they're just statues now. And
Oh, what's
Hide,
Endo
get those
doing?
kids.
Oh my god.
I need to. Oh,
Sure, that was
I'm
one
gonna
of the annoying
save that.
kids.
I'm gonna save that. Something else. He then starts to move towards Endo.
Yeah, but of course he does.
10, 15, 20, 30. And here. And then he is going to.
Ooh. I didn't get a opportunity attack, do I? I haven't got weapons in my hands just yet.
It doesn't matter anyway. He walked round you. Like I
Oh,
deliberately
right.
placed him so that he wasn't within 5 feet of you. And can Endo, Jeremiah, and even though he can't see you, Gideon as well, can you please make me a charisma saving throw?
Oh no.
My charisma is not the best.
Terrible.
I failed.
Okie dokie. Gideon, you
When
are
it comes-
fine. Endo and Jeremiah, I will just have to use this token. Copy.
Screwed.
Nope. Paste and paste. You feel what feels like a pulling from like deep inside you, and you both like drop down to the floor a little bit, and when you stand up, standing next to each of you is the child version of yourself. So a young Endo is standing next to Endo, and a young Jeremiah is standing next to him. And
Are these children looking angry at us?
well, they're not looking happy at you.
Oh dear.
And that is his go. Gideon. Hang on 1 second as well. How far away are you? Before the end of his turn, though, he does look at Gideon and give her a wink.
Oh,
Oh.
that's chilling.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Okay. I am going to. What's the range on that? 20 feet. Right. I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, and then I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt at 2nd level.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, 12 for that hit.
No, that does not hit.
Fuck's sake. Right. That's my last 2nd level slot as well. That's it. I can't do anything else.
Okie dokie. Endo.
Wouldn't Tide have been first?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Tide.
sneaky, sneaky.
No, that's good. It gives me another chance to keep reading.
I would love to use my feline agility to jump to go like twice my normal distance.
Yep.
And I'm gonna come up. Oh, where am I gonna go? I'm gonna go here,
Oh, hello.
Right next to him, that's brave.
right next to it. I've still got 10 feet left, which may be a disaster. I might not use it. Can I cast? Where is it? Where is it? Can I cast heroism on Endo, please?
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Thank you.
That's okay. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna cast. Oh, it's within range of touch. Can I be a pain? Can I move here instead?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna cast heroism as a 2nd level, and I'm gonna give it to Endo and Jeremiah. It gives them 4 temporary hit points, and it goes back up to 4 at the start of each of my turns.
Oh, thank you.
Okie dokie.
And then I've got 10 feet. I'm gonna go 5. No, I'm gonna stay within his range. I'm done.
Okie dokie. Endo.
Hmm. I can't actually see him, so would it cost me an action to light a torch and just throw it on the floor?
I mean, in theory, you would be able to see him in front of you anyway, but because obviously, although you don't have dark vision, you something 5 feet in front of you, you would be able to see it.
Yeah, okay.
But yes, so you can light a torch anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lynn. I appreciate that. Oh, wow, wow. That is, ooh, there's like a weird effect going on. That's like kind of cool on my screen, but weird all at the same time. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It's a big, huge white circle around me, but then below, just 5 feet below the clown, there's a squared off area that's got like weird smoke effect. It's this blackness, and it looks like ocean moving. It's
Yeah, mine
fantastic.
kept doing that. I had to refresh.
Yeah,
Oh
mine
hell, that's refreshing.
did
It
it
looks
as well.
cool.
Okay, what are you doing?
Yeah. Damn. Right. I am. There we are. I am moving 5 feet to here, and then go away, cat. Not you, Tide. Not you. I was talking to the cat that was watching the laptop. I am gonna initiate. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? My implacable stance. So at 3rd level, if you move 5 feet or less in your turn, you can anchor your heels in the ground. Till the beginning of your next turn, you cannot be moved against your will. Additionally, for the duration, you can spend a key point whenever you take damage to reduce the damage taken by 1d8. Additionally, you are considered one size larger for the purposes of grappling and have advantage on strength checks.
Yeah, I know.
No, I was saying it for everybody else.
Oh, I was like,
because I knew we built it together. And then, oh no, wait, is that a move? Is that my move? Oh no, that's my reaction? I can use my reaction to do that, can't I? Yeah. Thanks.
It's just a like feature, isn't it? It's not a move. It's not an action.
Yeah.
So you still get your attack.
Oh. All right. Okay. And then I'm just gonna try and like slap the shit out of this clown.
Okay. That's a miss.
Where is it? Sorry, I'm just trying to find my key points. I can't remember where the hell they are. I can't find them. Oh my god, I'm sorry about this, guys.
Your
Do
key points
apologize.
are on the features and traits. Yep.
I'd like to use a key point to use Step of the Wind. No, not Step of the Wind.
Yep. I was going to say, what?
Yeah.
Just...
Oh, I can already make a bonus attack anyway because I'm a monk, I forgot. So yeah, I'll make a bonus attack.
That's a miss.
Okay, well, I won't spend a key point then because I can't, because I did my bonus attack and that's Flurry of Blows instead. So yeah, that's me.
Okay.
With my 6 seconds, I'd just like communicate to Jack. I'd just be like, "Over here, clown! Over here!"
Okay. Andrew.
Alrighty. So, how do I do this? Hey, Colgate man. And I'm going to pull out the 2 of his trinkets that I've got, the magnifying glass and the red top. Hey, Colgate. Waving the magnifying glass. Is he looking at me?
Yeah, he turns to look at you.
Does he have any reaction when he can see that I've got 2 of his trinkets?
Nope.
Damn it. All right. Still, I'm going to wave it and be like, "Wait, check this out." I'm going to snap the magnifying glass,
Okay.
drop it to the ground, and then did he react?
No.
Damn it. Going to cast Ray of Frost
Okay.
on him.
Yep. Okay.
Sweet. And then with my movement, I am going to run full pelt into the space where this child is. So basically shoulder barge them, hoping that it'll upset them, make them cry and be therefore unhappy, and that might get them kicked out of this universe, this dimension.
Okay.
And so yeah, wrong button. I'm going to run and occupy the space where this child is after plowing into them full force.
Okay, let me just throw the child back then. So you throw the child back, they kind of land on their butt, and then just stand back up again.
Do they not cry? Do they have any
Nope.
reaction?
They have no
Nothing?
reaction at all.
Ah, damn it. I was hoping it might snap them out and be like, "Wah!" and get them kicked out for being unhappy. All right. It's worth a go. All right. Anyway, so he now, as of Ray of Frost, is reduced his movement speed by 10.
Okie dokie. Yep. Is that everything?
And that's all of my movements.
Okie dokie. Jeremiah.
I am going to quickly just head this direction when I can finally, mouse wake up. And then I'm just going to unsling my bow and take 2 shots. No, take 1 shot at Jack as he's facing away at the moment.
Yep.
Come on, dice. Today would be good. How about a 13? Does that
That is a miss.
advantage because of first round combat?
Mhm.
And come on. Why is my laptop being so slow? Today would be good. Laptop, some point today would be good. That one hit then. Okay. That's a 12.
Yep. No, so that's a miss.
Huh. Okay.
Is that everything?
I'll bonus action cast Hunter's Mark on him just for next turn. It won't do any damage,
Oh,
but
yeah. Okay. That's fine.
it will do when I hit him next time.
Okie dokie. Okay. So, hang on a minute because I need to do something with the map. Mwahaha.
With the map, that does not sound good.
Oh my god, why are you doing this to me, stupid map? Okay, that should not be like that. Okay. So Jack begins to laugh like manically, and you notice as the land around you starts to change, and big sweets drop from the sky, and the river forms behind you made of caramel.
Yum.
Yeah, and then
Endo likes this place.
he
Oh, even Airdrie likes
That-
this place.
is
This is
going-
literally Willy Wonka, isn't it?
I was just going to say that, yeah.
He is then going to attack Endo.
Which Endo?
Adult Endo. With. He has 2, so he is firstly going to. Does a 17 hit?
I think so, yeah, because I'm
What's
not
your
that.
AC?
It's 16.
So, yeah.
I said think so because I was trying to scroll up to see it.
So that is for 12 piercing damage as he bites down onto you with his nice shiny white teeth.
Well, can I, because of my feature, I would like to use 1 key point to remove 1d8 of damage, please. With that roll.
Okay.
How much is it?
5.
5.
Oh, lovely.
Uh,
So I'll take 7 damage then.
He is then going to attack you again with a 21 to hit
Yeah, that does it.
for another 12 damage. 12 slashing damage this time as he claws at you with his hand.
Yeah, I'm going to take another key point and
Okay.
going to remove 1d8 of damage, please.
That's a 1.
Oh my god, that's savage.
Oh, mate.
That's savage. That's some dodgy savageness there. Okay.
Okie dokie. And I need this one. How far away? Yeah, he again looks up and gives Gideon a wink.
Oh, that's horrifying.
I don't
Tide.
like it. I don't like it.
Hi.
Hello.
I would love to. Do I be silly or do I be not silly? It's a hard game to play. I'm going to hit him with an unarmed strike with my cold hand.
Okay, yeah. So that was an extra 2.
Oh, I missed, I think.
Oh, you did miss. Oh.
Okay. So it's fine. My hand remains cold. I can live with that. Can I also just shout very loudly, Gideon, I can't see you, but the darkness is very cool, and give her bardic inspiration.
Nice.
Okay. Is that everything?
Yeah.
Okay. Gideon, you are inspired.
Like living my best emo life. It's a D6, isn't it? Your inspiration.
Yes, I think so. And you get an extra benefit as well because of my motive potential. I'll chuck it in the.
I think it's in the character sheets channel. Okay, so I am going to I'm going to try it again, but at first level I will do Chaos Bolt at Jack. 17.
That is a hit.
Oh, thank God. Right. Let me just... sorry.
It's
It's 2d8 on 1d6, so I'm just going to roll it on 20. Sorry, I should have done that at the same time. 2d8 and a d6. So that is 10, 15 damage, and I will make it thunder damage.
Okie dokie.
And then I will keep moving towards the kids, I think. So I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20. What is the kid like? Is he like just totally out of it, or the one that I'm now next to?
He is pretty much just staring towards Jack, but so as you come towards him, he doesn't have any reaction. It's like he's asleep, but he's not, because his eyes are open and he's staring at Jack.
Okay, when my can he see through my darkness?
No, but he is. Oh, hang on, depends which kid it is. Let me just check.
Depends which kid it is. Oh, some of the kids have powers.
Some might be elven. Or
If
half
they've got-
elven.
It doesn't matter. It's if it's because obviously dark vision doesn't affect it. It's whether they've got. Has he got? Yeah, no, he can't see through.
Okay, what about this girl here as well? Because I think she's just.
I'll tell you. Nope, she can't either.
Okay, so I can see through my own darkness. Does
Yeah.
it look like that's like if they can't see Jack, are they like coming to, or
No, they're
Showing-
still just they are literally stood there. It's like they're statues. So even though they can't see him still, they're still stood staring in the direction that he was the last time they saw him.
okay? I'm gonna grab the boy and try and pull him and see if he has any reaction. Like take a step back with him.
Yeah, he is pulled along with you.
Okay, I'm gonna yell. Shall I try and take them to the portal? And then that's my go.
Okie dokie.
I mean, it's going to take a long time to do them one at a time, but
Okie dokie. Endo.
Given this some thought, don't think Endo has, but I've given this some thought.
Sorry.
I love how you clarify.
No, you. That was a completely justified laugh. And I am going to attempt to grapple the clown.
Okay.
What would I need to do, Lynn?
You need to do a strength.
Okay.
Just a straight strength, not a save.
Oh, sorry. Oh, wow. That was so close to a 20.
I know that feeling.
Has it come through?
No.
Mm-mm.
What was it?
Well, I can't tell because it was under the turn order, but all I know is it was on 20 and then it 20 tilted off. Gotta wait. Oh, wait, let's see what the game log says on D&D Beyond. Oh, it's not showing up. What the hell? Oh, that's annoying. Sorry, Lynn. Hold on, I'll just roll it again.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's come through now. No.
Oh, typical. That's just typical. And with my bonus action, I'm just gonna slap the shit out of his face. Excuse my language.
That is a miss.
Apparently, I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna stand here and just. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Airdrie.
Quickly, she's going to turn to the three kids near and go, kids, can you even understand me? Do I get any reaction from them?
They're paying no attention whatsoever to you. They're still just staring in the direction of Jack.
That's what I was thinking. All right. So, longbow
Yep.
to Jack's eyes from all the way down here. Come on, happy longbow.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Yeah, it is, because, I'm an elf. And I will move to wherever that was. Oh, wrong button, damn it.
Okie dokie.
What?
And that will be moi.
Jeremiah.
I am. I'm just gonna shoot him again with the trusty longbow.
Okie dokie.
Uh, 16.
That is a hit.
Aha. That is excellent news. I'd like to hear that. Come on, roll a d8 for me. That is when it decides to show up. I think it's 11 damage. Yep.
Okie dokie.
Plus sneak. And I'm going to mark him as a favored foe and do a d4 as well. So
For some reason, your rolls are very, very delayed. I'm not sure why they're not.
yeah, I think it's my internet
Right.
that's playing slowly today with me. So don't know why, because shouldn't be, but it is. So that is in total 16 damage.
Okie dokie.
And that is me.
Okie dokie. It is Jack's turn. He is going to bite the kitty cat
What?
with a 22 to hit.
No, I'm afraid that doesn't.
I'm afraid it does. So that will be 11 piercing damage. And can you make me a dex save, please? You are fine.
Yes.
He is also going to claw you, however,
Oh,
with an 18. No. Oh, no, not an 18. What am I doing? A 22 to hit. I'm guessing again that does hit. That is for 17 slashing damage from the claws.
I'm down, guys.
That is Jack's go.
Oh,
Can
pussy
you
down.
whisper your
Yeah, we'll
roll,
do.
please, Tide? So Tide is going to do his roll, and oh, yeah, you've lost the heroism. We are over to Gideon, who is pulling this child along the.
Okay, well, seeing that, I mean, I'm just gonna kick the child off or something, back out of the way. I have not got any healing spells whatsoever. Okay, so I'm gonna use my last 2 sorcery points to do quickened spell, and make Chaos Bolts a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm going to do that. Cast that at Jack.
Yep.
Oh, I'm going to use my inspiration.
Yep.
Still
That is
not
a
enough,
miss.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that was
You
my
get to
bonus
roll it
action.
twice.
Oh yeah, you've got
My mantle thing, whatever it's called. Let me find it.
Bardic Inspiration dice can be. Oh no, that's a. Hang on. Attack roll.
Attack roll.
Oh yes, or no. It's the Bardic
no, it's not.
Inspiration.
No, what am
Yeah,
I
it's the
looking at?
ability check that you're looking at that she can roll
Yeah,
again.
my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Go on. So that is a
Okay.
miss. Yeah.
So does Jack have to make a con save 13, or he takes 4 thunder damage because I used the
Yeah. you can make a
inspiration,
con save.
even if I
Oh,
didn't
wow.
actually get to.
That is a bad. Yeah, he rolled a 2, so even with his pluses to that, that is a fail. So he is taking, what was that?
4 thunder
4
damage.
thunder damage. Yep. Okay.
Okay, and then so that was my bonus action because I quickened it. So then I'm just gonna get really frustrated and throw a fireball at him.
Okay.
Nat 20.
Duck Endo. Oh yeah.
Hey. What's your max damage with your fireball?
It's 10, 1d10.
Okie dokie. Yep. So you've already done 10.
And then 8.
Yeah,
18 damage.
He's looking crispy. He's looking quite crispy from
Oh
that one.
yes, nice.
And then I will move as well. So I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm trying to put Tide in the Darkness, but not Endo. So maybe. Oh no, Jack can see through
You
it.
can
Can't
see
he?
through it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will just go there for now. That's it. That's me.
Endo.
Oh dear. Okay, seeing poor Tide drop it's just going to enrage Endo to the point of culmination of all his training, because this is exactly what he is trained to do. He is just going to charge at this creature and just start trying to smack the crap out of it. He's just going to lose his all sense of everything. He's flailing all over the place, just trying to smack him everywhere.
Okay. That's a miss.
Yep, like I said, train. He's going to use a key point for Flurry of Blows.
Yep. That is a hit.
Oh wow, finally.
Okie dokie. And
And then
next
with
one.
his 6 seconds.
Flurry of Blows, is that
Sorry?
not 2 hits?
Oh yeah,
it is. It is.
oh,
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Jesus.
I mean, you don't have to.
Did
You
that
know,
last time.
it's fine.
No. He's upset. He's upset. Endo is going to keep going.
That's a hit. Yeah, Jack is looking rough.
With my 6 seconds of communication, I am just. Oh no! Wait. I can't stabilize. I can't use medicine to stabilize time, can I?
You've used your actions and things, so no.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I
Yeah.
can't because I've used my action.
Mhm.
Yeah, so with my 6 seconds, I just say, "Everybody, get time! I will try and hold him off." And that's me.
Edry.
Before I do this, can I ask if I can do this?
Yes.
All right, because obviously, throwing is my one of my fighting style. Not fighting styles. No, my fighting styles is throwing weapon, so I can withdraw it and throw it all within the one action.
Yep.
Right. So can I, in the process of running over to next to Endo, because that's my 30 feet, can I throw one at him, and in the process of running, draw out my sword as well, and then use that as my two-hand weapon fighting second weapon?
Yes, because that sounds cool.
Thank you very much. All right. So in the process of running, I'm going to launch a dagger. So let's do that first. Which misses horribly.
That isn't that one. Can you
It isn't that one.
roll me a D100, please?
No.
I think you can.
Sorry, Endo. Or Tide. Or Ghost Endo.
Okay, can you roll me a D4, please? Okay. It hits Endo.
Well. I have 1 key point left, and goddamn it, I'm going to use it because I've never used this ability. And I hope to God this works. I would like to use 1 key point to deflect missile.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, nice.
And if you reduce damage to 0 and you've got a free hand, you can spend 1 key point to make a ranged attack. So basically, I can grab it and throw it at Jack.
Yeah,
Oh,
it will
nice.
be a disadvantage because it is a ranged attack, but yes.
Yeah.
So, so you need to roll your D10 plus 5.
Okay.
So you're trying to reduce it to 0, so you need at least 8.
Preferably.
Yep. Okay, so you've reduced it.
Oh,
to 0.
fucking shit! Yes!
You can make a attack with it, however, it will be at disadvantage.
Jam that into his eye. I meant to throw it to him for him to jam it into his eye. That was the plan the whole time.
What Endo won't hold and stab him. He will not do that. But if like in the movement it's flying at Endo, like I think this is where the disadvantage comes into play. Endo's just going to instantly use his amazing sumo reflexes and just flick his wrist, and it's just going to bounce off his cufflink and just go, his like wrist wrap, and just go straight towards Jack. So
I was going to say he's wearing cufflink. What is he?
yeah,
He's just got
his
cuffs,
wrist-
no
his wrist
shirt
wrap,
on.
so his wrist. I think he'd brush up quite well, wouldn't he? Clean up quite well. So what the hell am I rolling? Oh, it's there. Deflect missile. So right. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a disadvantage.
Roll another one. Sorry. I'm not used to rolling ranged with Endo.
Okay, so that misses, unfortunately.
Okay, yep. But at least I took no
Right.
damage from it, dude, so...
Yeah. And then charging in the process, pulling out her amazingly cool weapon that she got, I don't know when, the Magentan Sun Saw.
Yeah, some sort.
And she's going to use that with one of its charges.
Okay.
So let's see.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Yeah.
And
With the slashing and radiant damage.
yeah, Jack lets out this horrendous scream as you kind of slash across his chest and big stomach, and he drops to the ground dead, and a child pops out of his stomach.
I'm assuming the one he ate.
The one he ate, yes. And he, where is the child? There. And all of the children now are looking around them. It's like they're all like shaking their heads, looking around them, like as if they've just woken up from a dream. And you are out of initiative.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to run over to Tide, and I'm going to just reach into my bag and try and find any sort of bandages or something to try and stop him from bleeding out any more than he currently is.
Okay.
I drop darkness. Jeremy, can't you do cure wounds or something?
I would have done, but I used my last spell slot to Hunter's Mark, and I have no more spell slots.
Endo just like picks up the dagger and he's like, "Here you go, Aji." You should be more careful.
Sorry.
Potentially, let's just see if they can stabilize you.
Give me a nat 20 on this medicine, please.
Can I help? Can I be like there trying to help?
Yes, you can be. Yeah, so you're like knelt
Can Endo
next to
help as
him,
well?
like, oh, what?
I mean, I got a. It's not a nat 20. It's a dirty 20, but it's a 20.
Yep. Okay, so you are stable now, Tide. He is
Well, still on
still.
0
He's
HP.
still on 0 HP. Yeah, he's just unconscious on the floor, bleeding.
Just imagine Gideon like kneeled down and Duramiah is just of this like poor pussycat.
As you are doing that, as you kind of like
Oh my
leaning
God, the kid's
over
attacking
him,
us.
seeing what's going on, the land starts to crumble around you.
Oh, can I quickly reach in, pull out a dagger, and cut out one of his teeth for my teeth?
Of course you can,
I-
you weird individual.
Endo will grab Tide and fling him over his shoulder. There's no way in hell he's leaving Tide behind.
Can I really, really quickly just like search Jack's body, like just grab anything, not even really looking, just grabbing anything that looks like it might be useful?
Endo can grab his ankle and drag that gun along with, that person along with us, if you like.
If you roll me a investigation. Where I've now lost his freaking character sheet. Where is it gone? Jack, where are you? Yeah, so as you're like quickly searching him, you find a key in his pocket.
Okay, I just take it and then shout back to the kids. Are you all right? I think we need to leave quickly.
They're kind of like talking amongst themselves, as in like checking that each other are okay, and then I'm not moving them too. That was an accident.
Get the hell over here, kids.
Start running over.
Okay, everyone, I think we need to head for the port as quickly as we can.
Yep.
Agreed.
Are you all the children? Children, is there anyone else that we have missed that may be nearby?
They're kind of like looking around, almost like counting how many there are. And they're like, no, everybody's here.
Except for Sally upstairs, so don't trust the kids.
What about our servant girl?
I think she's the dragon.
Don't say
I couldn't
that.
see her here earlier, but let's get going. Back to the portal.
Endo's face just-
Barovia sucks.
Yeah.
Ain't that the
yeah.
truth?
That's what we're feeling there, Han.
Okay, children, everybody go. Endo and Tide will be the last ones through the portal. Go.
Oh, is this river of caramel gonna be slow us down?
Tides
On my
on
shoulder.
his way.
Okay, can you make me a dex save, please, Jeremiah?
Don't do the move, caramel. I just said that.
Yeah, he literally just said, "Oh, what about the caramel?" Jeremiah's like, "I cannot. I shall step in it."
I'm in a rush to get out of here. I'm not thinking straight. Just
You're an
seeing
elf.
Tide board.
Half oh, that's because you're a half elf. No, you're a full elf. Pay attention. You're bringing shame to our bloodline.
Sorry, Adri, I'm not as perfect as you.
Well, you've only been around for a blink of an eye.
Wow.
Compared to you, yeah.
While we are waiting for that save to come
No,
through,
that's a failure. That's a failure.
one of the kids turns to Gideon and like rushes forward, and they're like, "You've got the key, right?
Yeah.
Then just open the door. Take us out."
What door? Where is the door?
Boromir, you
Yeah.
are now restrained as you are stuck in the caramel stream. You cannot move.
Ooh. So you do the key
Hello,
thing.
guys.
I got you out. I've got your back, Jack.
Ironic. That.
Audrey, just tie some rope to my mawashi, and
Don't
I
need
will
it. Don't
drag
need it.
him out.
No, don't go in there. I've got him covered. As soon as you got this key thing sorted, I've got him covered.
Okie dokie.
Where's the door, kids? Where's the door?
I think you just put it into the ether and it'll open a door.
I take it out and just like shove it forward like I'm putting it into a lock and turn it in the air.
Okay, yeah. As you turn it in the air, where are you doing this?
Sort of like, facing this way, like away
Okay,
from
yeah. So as you do that, a portal opens here.
Okay, children, go through. Go.
Okay, the kids like all rush forward and jump through the portal.
I look at Adrian
This
and just go,
one is like, "Thank you," as they run through.
"You're not going to do that Operation Cherry Blossom thing on me, are you?"
Well, to a degree, yes, I am. Without the dropping, I'm just going to telekinetically lift you out of the. As long as you agree, I can only do it if you agree. Lift you out of the
Do you
caramel and
consent?
move you onto the
Or
land.
do you want to stay in the camera?
Just get me out of this land. Bad enough as it is
Alright,
already.
I'm telekinetically
Fair enough.
lifting him out, going caramel lift.
Is it is it your telekinetic movement? Yeah.
It's one of my sonic powers, yeah, telekinetic movement, and I've
I
only so far
just-
used one of my sonic slots.
Yeah, I just want to know if there is any kind of restriction on it. No, there is not. Yeah. So, yeah.
If you lift Endo, if you lift me.
No, I meant
Endo.
if the
No
character
caramel
was
restriction.
restrained. Yeah, that's what I was looking
Endo licking clean. Let's go.
Ooh.
Licking clean.
Well, I don't want to get that caramel. Ugh.
Endo would wait for everybody else to go through first.
I would just. Oh, actually, can I if I've got the key? It's not
I was
going
going
to
to say,
shock
surely the
me.
key holder would probably have to go last.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing Adri threw me into the actual portal. So
Sure,
I'll
let's
go
do
and
that.
take it.
Oh, it's like, you're an idiot. Straight to the portal.
Okay.
Endo's a little bit panicked because obviously he can't see that girl. He didn't see that girl. He wants to leave, but he's like, "What about the girl?"
We need to find her still.
She might be out through... She's through the portal, Endo.
Don't you click your feet. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, Endo just like jumps his chonk through.
I assume
With,
with Tide.
Tide is on his shoulder still, yeah.
Okay. Boop.
Last move with the key. Boop,
Okay.
jump through. Bloop.
Yeah, I'm right behind.
Okay. So you are right behind. So boop.
Now we just need to keep an eye out for Reva, because she's still going to be a bit of a unhappy woman. The boss has just been killed.
Would you know that the boss has been killed?
Yeah, let's not tell her. Okay, I put Tide down now. I think we need to do something. Everybody check your pockets to see if there's anything that can make him feel like Tide again.
I had that jar of cloudy gas from last episode. I don't know if that's going to be helpful or not, but...
I have a berry.
I have a handful of berries, but I don't think they're going to be much use. I mean, they didn't give me any benefit when I ate some of them.
Healing is not my area. Sorry.
Do we wait here and just like have
Well,
it and see if he
but
wakes
he's just
up?
unconscious, right? He's not dying now. He's just unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's stable, yeah. He's stable.
Yeah, so that's fine. The stress. I mean, he just needs to sleep it off.
Oh. I thought he was terribly wounded. Okay.
I-
He's just
Him back up,
unconscious.
slings him over his shoulder and he's holding onto an arm and a leg round his neck.
We'll just tell him he had a really big smoke and he's whacked out of it.
He'll wake up in the HQ and think,
Exactly.
how
He'll
did I
just
get
be
in?
back thinking it was the weirdest dream. Hey, there you are, Sally. found the peeps. Jack turned out to not be as friendly as you think he was,
Can
Oh,
and
Gideon.
he didn't want to play games, so he offed himself.
Jesus.
can you please take me home? I'm scared.
Yes, we can.
Gideon, do you
Yep.
still have the key? Because the ladders, they led to a door. Can it open the hatches?
They might just open from this side. Maybe that's why we couldn't open them before.
Ooh, that is a good idea, Gideon. Shall we not check? Or do we want to... do we want to save the dragon?
I've just got in there. Now I'm in there looking up at the mirror. Was anything changed?
Nothing has changed. No.
Is he still just in there looking at me like, well,
He's
you
still
didn't
in
fuck
there.
all for me?
Yeah, he's still in there, just looking sad, effectively. Yeah.
Oh, no.
This is going to be a odd question, but can we lift the mirror down?
Good idea.
So the mirror is kind of built into the ceiling, so you couldn't lift it down from the ceiling because it is part of the ceiling.
Endo's going to pick time back up. So.
I've got an idea. Can I cut out the section of the mirror that the dragon's in and take that with me?
I guess. Do you have some sort of glass cutting tools?
Look, I have a lot of very sharp knives.
Uh-huh.
I can't say they're specialist mirror cutting, glass cutting knives, but I mean, I do sharpen these things daily.
I hate to be that person, but I used to work in a glass factory. You need stone, not metal. Metal will break glass. Sorry.
Okay, what about
I think it's diamond cuts glass, not.
Yeah. There. If you have like a diamond or a very hard emerald or like a gemstone, that can possibly be used to score glass and actually make it shape.
look, I don't have anything that does that.
Does anyone get any gemstones?
What about if we try the ladder, see if that takes us back to the start, and maybe ask Reaver if...
Or can we ask, what's her face? Stitch lady, Stitchling, can she make us something that'll cut
Hold
mirror?
on. What does Tide have in his pockets? Does he have any gems? Oh, yep. I don't want to go through Tide's pockets because that's just not honourable. But
he won't mind. We'll give it back.
I'm not stealing.
He's covered. He's all sticky.
He wasn't in caramel, mate.
Because Durham walked past him and he's dripped all over him.
I'm going to reach through and try and find that music box that Tide made earlier and just pull it out and then try and throw it to Gideon to pass it on to...
No, don't throw. Just pass me. I can walk up there and hand it to a crazy person.
Hey, you're the one carrying Tide. You know, don't want to... Okay, fair enough. Here's a bee.
So you're gonna break the? Are you breaking the music box?
No,
because Tide will cry.
I'm not breaking it. No, I'm gently removing the bee from the box.
Well, no, I was going to say I was going to say maybe we leave the bee inside the box and see if we can't just open the box and then like put the mirror by pointing the bee at it and pushing hard whilst listening to the somber music.
What is the plan with the bee?
Hmm.
Plus, is there only one bee, or did Tide not pocket more than one bee?
Yeah, I think he OC. I think that's what he's saying in the chat there. Maybe a pearl stuffed jeweled bee. So I don't think he's on about the one that's on his actual
Yeah, I
No,
seem to
oh, yeah.
remember him being a bit of a.
Yeah.
leaf.
OC, I stole an extra bee, but nobody
Yep,
else
there we
saw
go.
that I stole the extra bee.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's whether you're going through his pockets or whether you're literally just
Oh,
going for the box, because the box is quite big, so he's carrying the box. He's not like.
Right.
Also, question: demon teeth. What are they made of?
They're probably made out of the same things our teeth are made out of.
Those demons. I mean, come on.
They
And it
are
was very sharp and pointy.
made of a bone-like material.
Ah, damn it! Just checking.
Love it.
So yeah, I'll have a look for the jewel stuff bee.
Okay, roll me an investigation, please, as you are searching through his pockets.
Come on for expertise. Give me.
Can I help him without actually?
Oh, don't need it. Not 20.
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
I was going to say anyway. You were like, I don't want to go through his pockets, so it wouldn't make sense for Endo.
I was going to
help
say
him,
like with
so
my
no.
eyes if I saw anything shine.
Nope. Yep, you find the pearl stuffed jeweled bee.
And I hand that to Endo and go, give this up to Adri. She might be able to use it.
So obviously the roof you said was 15 feet tall.
Yes.
So can I use more of my whatever it was that I just pulled Jeremy out of the river
Yeah,
with,
be a psychic thing.
and use that to cut a nice big circular disc around our dragon?
Yes.
Although, before I finish that, because that'll just fall to the floor and shatter,
Yeah.
halfway through my cut, I realised that and stopped half cut. And because I've got a few of these things left, I've got a few. Yeah, we've got two more. So I'm using one to cut the pearl, and who is dexterous in our group?
I'm with Tide and relatively dexterous.
Yeah, Endo's not
Gideon?
that good.
I'm okay.
Are you able? Can I hold you up to just hold the circle as I cut around you, and then lower you back down as you
Yeah.
hold it in your hands? Can I do that, please? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So you're holding her with one hand. You're like, well, not with the hand, but like you're holding her up there, and then delicately cutting with this like jeweled bee to cut.
I'm going
around.
full Professor X here. I'm like, one hand I'm raising her up, and with the other I'm cutting a circle around, going, and then lowering back down, full Professor X style.
Okay. Yeah.
Do I need
Could
to
you
roll for
imagine us
that,
on
or
a
am I
night?
just going to pretend that that's a thing?
Can you roll me just for your like as you're cutting the circle? Can you roll me a sleight of hand? I'm gonna do it as so as you're like trying to delicately like.
Yeah. Oh, come on. I almost had proficiency on that, but I don't.
Get him at 20. Come on, at 20.
Oh no!
As you're doing it, you get almost to the end, and then you just like kind of shoot off a little bit. You lose a little bit of control of it, and it shatters the mirror. And
Oh no! I'm
the
sorry.
dragon disappears.
Whatever your name was, Gristak. I'm so sorry.
Endo starts to cry, but he doesn't say anything. He's just crying.
I'm going to pick up Tide and just start heading back the way we up towards the rest of the group. Just be like, come on, this way. We're getting out of
Sally
here.
kind of points and goes, "The kids went that way."
Gideon,
And
Yeah.
the dragon's dead.
Well, I think maybe that's what he ultimately wanted, it seemed. So I'm sure he's happy.
Hey, I don't know. I watched him die and he broke into loads of pieces and Endo can't stop thinking about it.
Oh, we do have oink fat.
Yeah, I'd like do that thing with dogs where you like move their like legs to make it look a bit like they're waving, like they've got control of their legs. Like do that with Oink Fat and like put his little snout up to Endo's face.
Aww.
Endo just like rubs his head against the snout. He's like, hello, little truffle sniffer.
Yeah, Inkfat is like very happy, like almost like nuzzling up against Endo. Like any attention, he absolutely loves.
So,
Gideon,
Yeah,
the ladder's this way.
yeah, we're coming. You okay, Endo? We've
I
got a
think
pig. We
so.
didn't have a pig before.
I know. I'll hold on to the little like Lord Pigglesworth.
I love the idea that you've got like tied over one shoulder, like pig under your arm, like
No, like I left tied down there. like Duramaya's just picked him up and just started to try and oik off with him. The idea would be good, Gideon. Like hand, but like
come on, let's try and go home.
come on, Lord Pigglesworth.
I'm gonna climb up this ladder with tied on my shoulders and just
Okay.
Come on, Sally. Let's get you back to your parents.
Okay.
I'm sure they're really missing you.
Okay, so you're all going up the ladder, yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Why does it feel like there's a trap?
Because it's Lynn. And you never can tell. He's so
Right.
sneaky.
corridor. Left or right?
You
Cats.
are in a mirror maze.
Ugh.
All of the walls are lined with mirrors.
It.
These are the ones. Are these the ones that I scratched the first time around?
Oh,
I don't. No. That was the room, wasn't it? That was a single room. This is a full-on proper maze.
Oh, I thought I'd saved us.
it's okay, Audrey. We can still do the same thing as we go through it. Just leave scratches
Yes.
from where we came
I'm good
from.
at breaking mirrors.
I'll put
Um,
as I hear you say that. I'll put my dagger out and just start to mark the mirrors I've come across.
Okay. So the mirrors in the area where Airdrie stood, so the mirror up here on the wall behind, and Gideon now, they are distorting you to make you look very skinny.
I am skinny.
The
Even
ones
skinnier.
over here.
They're not doing anything. They're just mirrors.
I think we've got company.
Jeremiah, pass me Tide. I will hold on to Tide on my other shoulder in case you three need to do something.
Okay, and I'll hand tied back to Endo.
There's someone here.
That actually isn't somebody. It is a poster on the wall. A poster of Happy Jack.
Oh God.
So
Shall we take it as a souvenir, guys?
Absolutely not.
don't know about you, Endo, but this has not been the happiest time of my life. And can I see if there are any traps down this direction?
Yeah. Forgot about fucking traps.
You can roll a perception check.
Because I don't trust this maze as far as I can break glass. So with a 19?
Yeah, there's no traps that you can see. Just the mirrors that warp weirdly. Okay, as you step towards the poster comes to life. And it is a smiling face of Jack. And it's like,
Oh,
I need the kids so I can stay happy.
No, you don't need the kids to stay happy.
I need to be happy.
Well, you're a long way from happy.
You ever heard the saying that can never promise a rose garden? Well, there'll be a bit of rain with the sunshine, and I'll just try and push past him as I.
You don't need to push past him. He's a poster on a wall, so.
Oh, right, fair enough.
Can I just use one of my daggers and do a big slash X through him?
I was going to, but thought better of it.
oh,
Even as I was saying, I was like, don't do it, don't do it.
I was like, don't do
Yeah.
it, don't do it. You're already one
And
down.
Endo's gonna
Almost
stay
1.5.
right here.
Alright.
So Tide is not going to be leaving Endo's side. Endo's not going into combat.
That's the second time I've hit tapestries and killed a party member.
Yep.
I don't
Do you
learn
not-
from my mistakes.
No.
Right, I need to add its turn.
Oh yeah, so that's there. All right. Okay. So yeah, Endo and Tide are gonna be over here, but not doing anything.
No idea where you are to put my own.
Just there, mate. Just there.
So you're
I'm
not
not-
getting involved in
I-
combat.
No, not at all. So basically,
Oh,
where
okay.
Tide is stood, that's where I'll be stood, round the corner. The only reason why Endo's there is just so that I can be nosy.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. Jeremiah.
Anyone have fire? It's a poster. Burn it.
So
I
as
have.
sorry, as you go and you start to slash across the what initiates combat is as you start to slash across it, it literally the face starts to come out of the poster, and then the torso comes out, and standing in front of you is what appears to be a figure of Jack now.
I already had a dagger in my hand, so
22 hits.
22 hits. I'm glad to hear that. For 5 damage and sneak and favorite foe, because I'm at Jack as my favorite foe.
So you're marking this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Because this isn't Jack, it's just
it's an image of
an image of
Jack.
him,
And then second dagger, because one's never enough.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
21.
Yep.
For another 4 damage. And another 4 damage. Wow.
Okie dokie. Edry.
So this image, is it just like the poster brought to life? Like, does it look like it's still papery?
Yes. Yeah. So it's just like it kind of like grew and took the form of
Yeah,
Jack,
sure.
but it is made of. It looks like it's still made of papery type.
So, can I grab out of my pack my tinderbox and just light and try to light it?
You can.
I don't know what I need to roll for that.
'Cause
I'm using a tinderbox. It's
just
it's not
I
something
guess
can
just roll to hit, and then we'll do damage separately.
how I could just roll
Just
a
D20.
D20.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a
I
miss.
started tonight well, and as I got drunker, my rolls have got worse.
Yeah, that is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I struck my tinderbox, and nothing happened. Sure. I think because of the hallway and everyone crowded around, I can't really move or do much, so I'll just end there.
Okay. So as you try and burn it with your tinderbox, it kind of lashes out towards you and tries to grab at you with a 22.
Oh, that totally hits.
Can you roll me a dex save, please?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah. Nothing happens. It tries to grab at you, and it managed to get hold of you, but you pull away from it quite easily. And yeah, you are fine. Gideon.
Okay, so it's paper, so I will immediately light my hand up and then throw firebolt.
Okie dokie.
24.
Oh.
Yeah, that hits.
Not great damage though.
But surely paper fire would be
Yep.
against paper would be extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
And that is it, because I've got no spell slots, no sorcery points, nothing.
Okay. Jeremiah.
Yeah, 2 daggers at this paper statue thing. 15.
That is a hit.
Why did I roll so bad on my damage die with the +1 dagger? It is annoying. Favored throw and sneak because Adri is nice and in the right place. And then touching the tar.
It's a hit.
15 again.
Yep.
Yeah, that's on my attacks.
Okie dokie. Yep, so it's starting to like tear and rip, and parts of it are kind of dropping off now.
I mean, it's on
Would this
fire.
make Adri's attempt with Tinderbox easier?
No.
I'm not going to try that again. I mean, Gideon's already set it on fire, so
Yeah, it isn't spreading though. It has just burnt a hole basically through it, but it's still
Yeah.
standing.
Yeah,
I will
that's my turn.
use my Magentan Sun
Okay.
and so yeah, hell, I'm going to even try to use it with one of the bonus things in it as well. What is it called? Yeah, that.
Wow, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's looking extremely like it's ripped, it's burnt, parts of it sort of falling off. It's yeah.
So as my then second action, I'll pull out a dagger and slash at it with a dagger.
Okie dokie. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Oh, is it because I slashed through one of the already big open slashes?
Probably, yeah. Okie dokie. It is going to try and do the same thing because it can only do one thing. That is a 13 to hit Jeremiah. I'm assuming that
Misses.
misses. Yep. Okay. Gideon.
Firebolt, always firebolt.
Okay.
Can I just ask Lynn, has Endo still got his torch? Because could I pass that?
You're not involved in the.
Oh, right, okay. No problem. I'll
That's
shut up.
15. Yeah. Sorry, that's a hit. I meant to say. I'm reading away. That's a 15, Gideon. Just so you know. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, you fire at it, and again, because there's kind of nothing left of it, a lot of it's kind of cut away or whatever, you do manage to catch it, and it's like smouldering part of like what was the face of it, but it's not done massive amounts of damage, but you get the impression looking at it, it's about to drop.
Okay.
Is that everything?
Yep, that's me. Sorry.
Jeremy.
Dagger attack. 16.
There's a hit.
Hopefully this drops it. 6 damage.
Yeah, that's it. It drops it. So now there is just burnt and tattered bits of paper on the floor.
I'll just turn to Adri and just go, you had to, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about. But I won't touch any more posters or
Also,
tapestries or anything that ever hangs from a wall.
also
On the floor, I can't guarantee.
don't even point at the posters because that could activate them as well.
Is there anything here that I can see at the end of this
Nope.
section of maze?
Nope, just what you hear. It's just a dead end.
Dead end here, guys.
Oh, sorry, Gideon.
That's all right. I just squeezed by.
You squeeze by Endo holding a pig with a giant cat over his shoulder. I love it.
She's only little.
Oh,
It looks like maybe there's a corridor here. I can see the entrance.
You want me to lead the way, Gideon?
Yes,
If I
please.
can get past Endo, that is.
I think there might be something up ahead, so
yep.
everybody else first.
Yeah, you can more than happily squeeze past Endo. Endo is fine. Endo is carrying things.
Right.
Yeah,
Down
I
this
think
way, Tide.
it's this way, I think.
Wait.
Gideon way or?
Gideon way.
Yeah, it's down here that she's referencing.
Lots of doors. Do we want to test any of them?
Nope. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Oh, here's all the kids and...
We are still missing the girl that we came for.
As
It sort of feels like we've got night vision on, dark vision though. I don't feel like it's clear lighting.
As you enter into this room, you would recognise this girl here.
Is that Sally?
No, it is Tathra. It's the girl that is from the thing. And this is the old woman who was stood on the outside.
Oh, fucking Reaver. Sorry,
Hey.
Reaver.
She's like,
Long time no see.
"What did you do?"
We had a
Our
good
job.
chat to Stitchling.
"What did you do to Jack?"
Nothing. What do you
"Lies!
mean?
The funhouse is disappearing. What did you
he said
do?"
he said he was bored of this location. He wanted to go elsewhere.
Can you roll deception for me?
You know I can. Oh yeah, I got a good -1 on that. This will go well.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
oh.
So basically, I rolled a 2.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Can you guess what's going to happen?
Roll initiative.
Well, Endo is not anywhere. Endo's like buggering off. That's it.
Really? The tank is leaving them? That is interesting.
Tank is severely wounded and carrying an unconscious party member and a pig.
Doesn't stop your legs from being useful, though, Endo.
Exactly. That's why I'm going to use them to go in the opposite direction, Jeremiah. No. Upon this starting, I would lay Tide down where his token is stood, and I would stuff the pig into the bag of holding behind Gideon, and I would get prepared to go into combat.
I'm sorry, where did you just put eat fat?
I put Sir Oinks a lot in. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Okay, that did sound
The
quite.
pig will choke to death and never die.
Yeah. Give him to me.
The bag of holding's a great idea, though. Honestly,
Well, you
No,
know, just
it's
shove it-
not.
it's an immortal pig. It can't
Oh
die.
yeah, I
Yeah.
guess.
Die, that's why Endo was doing it.
Not immortal, just invulnerable, wasn't it?
No,
it
he's
said
immortal.
Oh, immortal. Sorry.
I rolled a 4, but I didn't activate my token. Sorry, Lynn.
Okay. That's everybody, yes, because Tide is still
Asleep.
asleep. He's still sleeping. Okay, so you can tell that as this blatant lie comes out of Airdrie's mouth, Reva is not happy and kind of goes almost to slash towards him. Doesn't actually hit him, obviously, but goes slash towards him with her claws. She's going to fight you.
You leave us alone because we just did our job. And as I say that, first dagger that's still in my hand flashes out. Does that hit?
Yep.
Yeah, 8 damage and ooh, there's an ally in range. Perfect for sneak attack. I like that. For 4 extra damage and then a second dagger because I'm missing a 12 and 11 hits.
11 does not hit.
Oh,
Is that everything?
yeah, that's it for me.
Okay, Airdrie.
Alright, I am going to step up right next to Reva and be like, listen here, you stupid hag. This has been the worst carnival we've ever fucking been to. Get out of our way, let us go, or we will cut you down, bitch.
Okay, roll intimidation.
Thank you.
Intimidated from that, Jesus.
And I have proficiency on this, so I get to add my proficiency bonus, which is +2. Doesn't matter because it was not intimidating at all.
No, she just starts laughing.
All right.
But
So
it's
then-
like like her laugh is almost like a bird sound. So it's almost like a raven or a crow, like when they're like.
Oh, it's a call, right.
Does she throw her head back to laugh at me?
No. I mean, yeah, I guess yes. She throws her head back to laugh. At
Right, can I jab a dagger into her neck?
you. Yes.
No, I can't.
No, you can't.
All right. And pulling another dagger, go for the other side.
Okay.
Sorry, I just clicked the wrong place on my character sheet, so just ignore that roll. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
But it was a great roll.
That is a miss.
Ah, double daggers into the neck. Just what do I do? Like wrap my hands around her and just like give her a hug.
Yeah, you're just like,
Yeah,
oh,
give us
hey!
yes, woman. Mwah.
I guess maybe because like she's making this weird animal noise, you're kind of thrown a little bit, and you're like, "God damn it! I was trying to be like intimidating." So like rage is making you just kind of like flail a little bit, and you completely miss. Is that everything?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Gideon, are you gonna do chill touch, Ben?
Maybe so. Yeah, but I don't mind rolling again because it was in error.
Yeah. I'm gonna make you roll again.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not as good.
That is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fine. That's my go.
Okay. Endo.
Gideon, how tall are you?
That's a good question. I am approximately 5.5 feet tall.
DM, can I jump over that player character, land in front of the cackly raveny person?
If you want to, yeah, or you could just walk by her. But yeah, if you want to.
I'm chonked. She's in a doorway. I don't want her to have to move. I'll just jump, like base leap, just straight over her, come down with a thud.
Scare the hell out of her, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, like drag her back.
And I'm going to grab this woman's head and try to physically remove it, if that's okay.
You mean you're gonna do an unarmed attack?
Yeah, I'm going to try and twist her head off with
Okay.
strength.
That's the what?
I'm going to grab her by
That's
the
not a
head and then
thing,
try
like-
and take it off of her body. If that's a thing.
That's not a thing. Like you can't do
Oh.
that. You either make an attack roll or you make a grapple check, but none of those would rip her head off. Like
That's a
otherwise,
shame.
everybody would just do that. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm against Strahd. Oh, I'm gonna just take his head off." Like,
I mean, yeah, but
no,
Endo's like he's pulled arms and legs off before.
no, that was because he rolled crit or whatever, and they had low health,
Oh,
so he was that was a
okay.
killing blow. She is nowhere
yeah,
near
yeah.
low health, and that was just for flavor. Like,
Damn. Okay, yep. Endo is just going to start. In fact, yeah, actually, yeah. Endo is going to try to grapple her.
okay, that is a fail.
But oh my god, that is terrible. And then as a bonus action, Endo is just going to proceed to try to like smack her all over the place.
That is a hit. Okay.
And communicate. Simply say, "Over here, strange lady." That's it.
Okie dokie. She is going to. Why can I not? It's very annoying. She is going to make both of her attacks towards Endo then, because he has got her attention. That is a. Oh my god, the same roll twice. Okay, that is 22 to hit twice. I'm assuming that does hit.
Yeah. That definitely hits.
So that is. That is 25 slashing damage.
Endo is down.
That's 2 down.
Endo is down.
Jeremiah.
I see everyone. Throw it to the hippo.
Seeing Endo fall, I realise that now unable to actually help out in any meaningful way. So I'm going to attack her with my dagger. Firstly,
Yep.
because Old Faithful. I guess in the 24 hits.
It does, yes.
For 6 damage, and AG's nice and close, so sneak as well for another 6. Ooh, what do I want to do as a pin action? I'm going to bonus action disengage and head over to the trapdoor.
Okay.
And then end my turn.
Edry.
Can I... I'm sure I've still got my daggers in my hands, so it's going to be too much of a move to try to change them out to other things. So I'm going to have to stick with my daggers. I will... Yeah, go for another double dagger attack into her back, because she's looking at Endo.
She is. That is a hit.
Yeah, it is. That is not.
That is not.
That will be me.
Okie dokie. Gideon.
I'm gonna step. No, I'm not. I'm gonna go to there. I'm gonna hold out Jack's key, and I'm gonna say, if you stop attacking us, you can take this and go to wherever it is you both came from.
Can you roll persuasion?
Not 20.
So
Nice.
as soon as you take the key out and you hold it out and her eyes kind of land on it, she immediately kind of stops looking at Endo like she was, as if she was about to like kind of like reach down and like slash at him again, even though he was down, and kind of looks out, and as you're like, if you stop, then you know you can take this or whatever, she snatches it and goes to move over here. Is anybody going to attack her as she's leaving, or no? Because she's moving this way.
I really want to.
No.
Uh,
I mean, that would be a good idea not to. But yeah, and she goes she goes in through the door, shuts the door behind her, and disappears.
I'm going to check on. I'm going to try and stabilize Endo.
Yeah, I'll support him for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So medicine checks.
14.
So I'll give him advantage.
Ooh, advantage. I like the idea of that. Give me that 20. No. 14 is the best I can do.
Yeah, you have stabilized him, so he is no longer needing to make any death saves or anything. He is stable but unconscious, along with Tide, who is still in the hallway over here.
Alright, so Jeremy, Gideon, I think it's going to take all three of us. Can you help me lift and drag him across and
The
put him
hippo.
into
The hippo might help you,
I'm
the hippo's going to
thinking,
eat us.
Yeah.
Adri,
my friend.
I'm thinking that if one of us takes Tide and you and someone else, a pair of us take Endo, we can just sit down all at the same time in that train thing and just leave at once.
Yeah, I agree, but I
Rather-
was going to say I think it's going to take all three of us to drag Endo to put him in it, and then we go back and get Tide, and then we go.
Yeah, it would definitely take all three of you to drag Endo. Also, bear in mind that Endo alone took up one of the rows of seats.
Good, good point. Well made.
And how many people? Oh, that's right. We couldn't all fit it in one go
Yeah.
either, could we?
So it was
Right.
4 people basically, but obviously Endo took up like
So
the whole row, and you have Tatra as well.
This will be interesting. Yeah, that's fine. So we've got to do one of those like maths quizzes where you like have to take some in, take some out, take some in, take some out.
I'm thinking, Adri, if you or I go in the first train, and then we have Endo with us,
we can turf him out. One of us stays with him, and that other person comes back and gets Tide, Gideon, and whatever our little servant girl is.
Now you're thinking.
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. I think whatever we're doing, we need to get out of here.
Yeah, 'cause she's going to shut this place into a parallel dimension soon.
Yeah.
So let's all drag Endo over. I'm assuming it's going to be a 3-way strength check.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why did I have to use all of my powerlifting abilities?
My strength is
Um,
terrible.
Your strength is good though.
Yeah, I rolled well, but I've got a -1.
No, I was going to do saving, so strength check.
Okay, yeah. So as like Jeremy like leans down first and starts pulling, and Endo is just not moving at all. It's just like he's just staying there. Gideon then kind of comes up and she's like, "I'll help you," and like starts pulling and almost surprises herself as like Endo starts moving. She's like looking around like, "What?" Like Endo comes over and you manage to like pull him across the floor. Tathra jumps out of the way because she doesn't want to be like getting in the way of you, and pull him over towards the car, and then try and lift him. Like it's difficult. You're trying to like one of you is underneath, trying to like push him up. At one point, like Jeremy drops him a little bit, and Gideon's a bit squashed against the floor, like no. And then they like managed to get him into the like back seat of the thing where he was originally.
I've got a crowbar in the bag of holding, so just for the like funny mental image, can we say that I was like using the crowbar to try and get him, like, lift him up into the thing?
Could we have not just put him into the bag of holding?
I'm gonna just climb onto the other seat of the train and yeah, we'll head off.
Okay, yep. So
With the
And can I also fit into there?
yeah, you
So the
can. Yeah,
three of
because
us-
it's two at the front. So as you kind of all get on there, the train starts reversing really quickly and leaves this area, and you end up back outside.
Whoosh.
So you are now outside with Endo, and yeah, he's still flopped across the back seat of this thing.
Alright. So can the two of us
and
like
that's
roll
not
him out?
going.
Oh my god, guys! Listening to all that, I can't contain myself. I can't not be like I can't be muted. Like, thank you so much. That's such a laugh.
So yeah, time to leave him out of the cart now.
And one of us has to stay with him, and the other goes back in on the train. Because one of us will have to pull the lever to make the train work again to go back in.
Mm-hmm.
I'll stay here if you want, and you can head back in and get the other guys.
I'll
Okay.
collect the others. Okay.
So 2 more strength checks then as you try and get him out of the cart.
Oh. Sure.
Give me that 20. No.
Nope.
Oh, that 20. Nice. So yeah, Jeremy again goes to start like lifting Endo out. He just can't move him at all. And then much to probably even Adri's surprise, like Adri's like, right, okay, get us out, grabs like both of Endo's legs and pulls as hard as she can. And it's almost like Endo's like greased up or something. He really slips like straight out of the thing and almost like takes Adri out. Like she pulls with such force, she almost ends up on her butt with like Endo in front of her. But he is off the cart now. Just laid on the floor, unconscious, like. Probably smacked his head a few times on the floor.
I'll look at Adrian. Just go. You get back in the train, and now pull the pull a lever for you.
Yeah.
And
Jump back in and whee.
yeah, pull a
Oh, no,
lever.
I'm gonna have to do like a nauseous check thing again at the other end, aren't I?
You are, yes. And that is a. I can't remember what they actually. Oh, that's the wrong.
It's a Constitution, I
Yeah, I
think.
think it was Constitution. Yeah.
Constitution save, which I do have proficiency for, but doesn't matter. Nailed it.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So you pop back completely fine, as if nothing's happened. You're just like, oh yeah. You've got used to it after the first time. Now you're like, oh yeah, it's fine.
Bit sore, bit tired, but all right, everyone. Do I need to help Gideon with tired, or is Gideon got tired?
You could probably help. My 8 strength.
Yeah.
So is this another double strength check?
I mean,
Or-
not to
or
lift
can we
Tide.
just the two of us to lift
yeah,
Tide?
Tide's only little, so between the two of you, you're perfectly capable of picking him up and plopping
Cool.
him on the cart.
And come on, Person.
Tathra?
Tathra, yeah. And like she
Tathra.
like nods, like looking at Adrian to go, why don't you know my name?
Oh, you know, we didn't bond yet.
She jumps on the car. Poor Tide is like with you. Yep.
Oh, yeah, we
So
died.
you all
Whoosh.
whoosh back and find yourself outside the carnival. Obviously, again, you can lift Tide quite easily off the car. It's fine. As soon as you kind of all step off the car, including Tathra, you notice that the big, like, tent and the big smiling face of Jack just starts kind of crumbling away into nothingness. It's almost like when you burn a piece of paper in the air and, you know, like the black, like, pieces start coming off and kind of, like, wafting off into the air. It's kind of doing that. As like a little bit behind you, you can see the parents have all been obviously rushing forward as soon as the children came out, and they're cuddling the children and making a big fuss.
Anyone got access to a cart at all?
Oh no! Before that, anyone a doctor or some kind of physician or medically based person that can help our friends that have rescued your kids that are in distress?
Is there a cleric in the house?
That's the word I couldn't think of.
Oh my god.
So you're kind of like shouting out, looking around. There's a lot of noise because obviously these kids have kind of just appeared back. And as you're kind of like glancing around the crowd, you notice a familiar face as Talisker kind of is moving her way. It's almost like the crowd is just moving for her. Like she's not having to like try and push her way through. It's like they're just parting for her as she's kind of like coming over to you. And she like looks at Tide and Endo, looks up at Adrian, raises an eyebrow, and she's like, "Went well, I see."
Perfectly. Without a hitch.
Indeed, this was all part of the plan. And she like points down at like gestures down at them and then looks back at you quizzically.
Yes. Endo, well, you know Endo. He was getting a little bit in the way, so we just put him to sleep. And Tide had one too many smokes. He got distracted. But they might need both reviving.
So she kind of like, she's looking in like a bag that she's got kind of around her waist and like pulls out 2 healing potions. And she's holding them. She's like, "Oh, well, if it was all part of the plan, you won't be requiring these then."
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Yeah, this was part of the plan as well, that you would come in.
That I bought last time.
And she kind of just hands them over and like gives a bit of a smirk. "I trust I will see you back at the HQ." And then she kind of like looks towards Tathra and she's like, "Ugh," and then walks off. Like when she like realizes like, oh no, like the kid's back.
Got everyone, didn't we? Sally as well? Or did we leave Sally behind?
I don't know. I think she was on the ladder coming up at some stage.
Yeah,
I'm sure she's
she
come out.
kind of just ran off as soon as she was like free from being
right.
downstairs. She ran off.
Fair enough.
So you now have 2 potions of healing.
I could do with one of those. A bit thirsty.
Shove one down Endo's throat, one down Tide's throat, and we're laughing.
Wait, how much is that? Sorry again.
I can never remember. It's like
2d4 plus,
2d4, yeah, plus something in it.
plus 4, is it?
24 plus 2, I think, or something like that.
Let me look. Yeah, 2d4 plus 2. Yeah.
Okay. Roll here.
Yep. So you are both now. They kind of pour this healing potion down your throats, and you both kind of splutter back to consciousness, sat in the town square of Daggerford.
Tide immediately casts invisibility on herself.
Endo just sits bolt upright. He's like, okay, I now have learnt teleportation.
Oh God.
Oh, Endo.
Oh no, no.
I
You
am
get
getting
stronger every
pretty
day,
talented.
Endo.
Goodness.
Not only can I be invisible, but I can teleport. Endo is stronger than he realizes. Then he stands up. He's like, hello, guys.
Hello.
And he sees Tathras and immediately just smiles and he just goes over to her and gives her a hug. He's like, we were really worried about you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just looked like fun, but that clown was creepy. I don't like clowns.
Eva does Gideon. Don't worry, just next time tell people where you go, okay?
Mhm.
And Endo just holds his hand out to hold her hand and walk off with everybody else.
Head back to HQ. I mean,
Well, I'm going to head over to the people who hired us first. And
I was about to say.
Get your
Okay.
payment,
I
guys.
was assuming that they'd paid Talisker because they initially went to her first, and then
I want them to hear. I want to hear them say that because she won't pay us.
Endo's just
She'll
follow
take a
him.
bigger cut of the money.
Yeah, so the kind of parents are all still stood around, obviously giving their kids hugs and like checking them over, like, oh my God, like, don't ever do that. Some of them are telling them off, like, don't ever do that again. And like, as you kind of wander over, the guy that you spoke to originally kind of clocks you coming over and stands up, and he's like, oh, thank you so much.
Look, I wish we could say it was all in a day's work, but oof, that was a tough one.
But I mean, was it not just a fun house?
I saw a
see kids,
scarecrow
they
eat
have
one of your
fun.
children.
Like, the guy looked just baffled because he's like looking around and all the children seem to be here, and he's like, okay, well, I can't thank you enough for saving my Lucy.
Oh, you don't have to thank us enough. Just pay us.
And he's like, all right. And like, he's like reaching around to try and sort it out. And one of the other kids runs over, the one that actually got swallowed by Jack. And the little girl kind of runs over and she's like, thank you. Thank you for bringing me back.
Is Sally here somewhere with her parents?
Oh, yes, they dragged her away telling her off, so I think they've gone home.
Hopefully they'll teach her to manners. That would be helpful.
I think she's got abusive parents, which is why she preferred it in there than being at home.
So the guy like hands out and gives you 400 gold each.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tide's fully still invisible, just licking his wounds and whimpering.
Oh, well then he's holding an extra bag like, oh.
I'll take that. I can smell him. I know he's around.
All right.
I can smell it.
And like so there's the little girl that got eaten stood in front of you, and then another little girl comes up and stands next to her. They look very similar. It looks like they're sisters. And he's like, well, thank you for bringing my girls back to me, and we definitely won't be going to any carnivals anytime soon.
The food is
Yeah.
nice. It's just the attractions are a little bit crazy.
Indeed.
I think it's safe to say there's no more Happy Jack festivals anytime soon.
Or ever again, I'd imagine.
Hopefully.
Well, we can only hope. I'm going to take these two home. Get some rest.
Well, if anything ever goes wrong again, you know who to call. Nameless.
Oh my god.
Cheap plug there, nice. He kind of like was like, yes, of course, very useful. I'll spread the word to my friends.
Just no
How was
clown
it?
friends, because certain members of Nameless don't like clowns.
Yeah, we're here for anything except if there's a clown involved.
And to be fair, Endo doesn't like clowns anymore now either. He just
We-
shakes his head and looks at Gideon.
If the job does involve clowns, then we need danger money on top of like the payment.
Danger food as well.
I mean, I don't think there'll be many more involving clowns. I don't know though. But I'll bear that in mind.
Alright, guys, good mission. Should we catch up to Talisker? Give her a fright from behind?
Endo picks up Pathras and just like puts her on his shoulders.
Okay. Yeah. So you're gonna try and catch up with Talisker and give her a fright, yeah?
Cool.
I'm not really sure, Adrian, that's the best idea.
Well, less of a fright, just more like, hey, walking companion buddy, don't want you travelling alone, it's not safe out here.
Okay, well that sounds okay.
Okay, yeah. So you obviously saw the direction she was going. She was heading back towards the HQ. So you know this city quite well. You've been here a little while now, so you can kind of catch up with her quite easily. She is just strolling along. She's not trying to like rush to get anywhere. If you're gonna try and
Oh god.
make her
yeah.
afraid, then can you roll stealth?
I'm not
for
afraid,
me?
just startled. Let's go startled, not afraid.
Startled, yeah. If you're gonna try and make her
I'd just
drink.
like to say, OC, I'm on 7 health. Endo's not going to be involved in this start. Endo's going to be a little bit further back. Just
It's gonna be
walking
all
nice and
Eldritch.
slow. Yeah,
It's gonna be
okay.
all Eldritch. Quickly flipped up onto a rooftop, jumping along on top and jumping in front like, booyah! Payday!
Yep.
Yeah. So let's stack in a dexterity, athletics,
saves.
and surprise attack. Let's put it all in there.
Yeah. So if you just roll stealth for me.
I have proficiency with stealth, so let's add +2 to whatever I roll. Booyah!
Okay,
She
so
hears me
you
stumbling
jump
along.
up,
Clunk, clunk, clunk.
yeah, run along, land next to her as if you're gonna like make a jump. She's like, "Hello," like she doesn't even like turn. Like as soon as you land like behind her, she's like, "Hello." Perhaps you could work on that.
Oh, you don't know how tired my arms are. I had to lift an endo. My legs were exhausted. My muscles didn't know exactly what they were doing.
She kind of does like a little bit of a smirk. She's like, "Well, yes, I can imagine lifting endo would be quite exhausting. If you're quite finished, though, let's head home."
Time for dinner.
And she continues like walking like a little bit ahead of Edri. It's not that she doesn't want to like walk with. Well, it is that she doesn't want to walk with them. She's like, "No, I'm walking ahead. I'm a bit better than this person." As you arrive back at the good old HQ, Talisker kind of wanders in and goes and sits down pretty much straight away. You shivered in Talisker.
A beautiful pairing.
Yeah, that's a great quote. Had to lift an endo. Jesus Christ.
And flopped that on the couch like exhausted. Ugh.
Endo is very tired and incredibly hungry, so Endo is going to cook a very large amount of sumo stew.
Is he? He's going into the kitchen, is he?
He is, yes. I mean, when roll 20 lets me.
Mm-hmm. Where the
Well-
potatoes are.
Okay, well that was obviously OC, so Endo doesn't remember that. Oh my god, my screen's just gone black. What the hell's going on?
Mm-mm.
I cast message.
You're out of spell slots. Shush, I don't care if it's a cantrip. Shut
It's
up.
a cantrip.
Yeah, it is.
And I just go, welcome back, Endo.
Oh, God.
Is that the ladle talking or the
The ladle
or the
emoji.
bread?
Endo's like, oh, God. The voices again. Okay. Maybe Endo will go sleep for a while. Maybe, yeah, Endo will go sleep. So, yeah, Endo just buggers off. He's off back to he's going to bed. He's
As
just
he
going to bed.
starts like heading off, Tathra's like, "Oh, stew," and starts munching on some of the potato like from the stew.
No, Tafras! No, don't do this!
What? What's wrong?
No! He like Endo runs back in and he just like snatches the potato away from her. He's like, "Okay, my little potato friend, it's okay. Shh, Tafras, they are alive."
No, Endo, just let the poor girl eat a meal. She's had a massively bad day, so just let the poor girl eat.
Endo's just like holding a potato out in front of his face, like pointed at Durmire. He's like, "Durmire, they are alive."
I cast message again. And the potato says, thanks for saving us, Endo. Will you keep us safe forever?
I will, potato. I will. I will not let anyone harm you. Don't worry. See, Durmire, they talking.
They talk to you, maybe, but again, you need sleep, my friend.
Endo needs to protect, and I am going to protect the potatoes.
You can't do much protecting if you're not fully rested.
With that, Endo walks around the entire kitchen. He gets a big sack and he collects every potato.
Oh god.
And he puts them in the sack and he takes the sack to his room. And as he's walking out of the kitchen, he's like, Endo will protect the potatoes.
Tathra is just sat at the table like, what? Okay. Like, she has no idea what's going on. I'm assuming, Tide, are you heading to your room?
Yeah, I think Tide's gotta just kind of go straight to his room. I'm gonna put my music box on and just like curl up on my hammock.
Oh.
Oh, I thought that which one's Endo's room? I forgot.
This one, the end one.
Oh, yeah.
Because he has the bigger
One
bed,
with the
the big
bed.
chunk.
Yeah. I remember. The chunky bed.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my god, I just remembered. What are you doing with Oink Fat?
Oh yeah, Oinkfat, my little friend.
He's our
How
pet
can
now.
you forget about Oink, honestly?
I mean, he's immortal, so...
It's target practice.
Oh,
Well, yeah, he's immortal.
He's immortal.
We have a garden.
Mobile target practice.
Yeah,
that
moving
is
target.
mean.
Obviously, I'm saying this out of character because Endo would not be happy with that. But
But Andrew sees the benefit of it. Put him in the training room.
We have
No.
we have the garden.
And Talisker,
Yes.
if we need to dispose of bodies, pigs are good at disposing of bodies.
She kind of like raises an eyebrow and she's like, why? So many questions. What pig? And why would we be disposing of bodies?
Look, I don't know. I just thought they've all been wholesome jobs so far, but we never know what's coming our way. So something that can get rid of all evidence is probably handy.
I'm pretty sure that when he eats things, they explode as well, which could be handy.
Is that him or just the balls?
It's like Talisker is just utterly baffled, like looking between the two of you as you have this conversation, just like, right, yes.
We bring back the best toys.
What? Right. What pig?
Oh, this pig. His name's Oinkfat. I like hold him up towards Telescope.
Right. You've brought a pig home. Is this the thing now? Are you going to bring something home from every? Because no, I won't be allowing that.
Last gift.
This is a gift.
As I said, like it's a living garbage disposal.
Well,
You won't even know he's here, Telescope. I'll look after him.
persuasion. The child there trying to persuade the parent. Let me keep the pet.
Yeah.
She's like, it's, ugh. Fine. Take it away. Not in here where the clients come.
I pick Oinkfat up and like rub his head like he's a little puppy, and then I take him off to my room.
Gonna just sit on your bed there.
I love it. We've got a guard hog.
Okay. And yeah, that is where we will end it.
Woo!
Well, we did it in 2.
Woo!
New record.
Oh, should be the default, really. Let's be real. Come on.